wabarakatuh.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, so may I have your attention, please? So the International Conference on the Synergy of Islamic and Multidisciplinary Approaches, or ICISMA, is about to begin. So for this reason, we would like to inform to all of the participants to get ready. And today, not only the opening ceremony, but we will also have the keynote speaker sessions, and also we will have the academic presentation sessions. And we do hope that this ICISMA can inspire many scholars and researchers to be actively involved in research and also international scientific forum activities. So before we start the program, we would like to inform you about the general rules during the conference for all of the participants in this ICISMA. First, please kindly ensure that your computer sound or volume control is at an appropriate level because you may not hear the conference if it is disabled or turned down. And second, please kindly use a headset or earbud if available to reduce the external noise. And then third, identify your Zoom account with your actual name. So this also will help the committee to recognize your participations. And next, please kindly use the ICISMA Zoom virtual background. And then also the committee will share again the link to the conference material, including the Zoom virtual background, because later on we will have the group photo and also documentations. And next, please stay seated and also stay present. Do dress appropriately and be aware of your surroundings. And please do not interrupt other speakers or even do not make any distracting sounds or movements. And then we would like also to encourage all of the participants to kindly fill out the attendance form as can be seen in your screen right now, because later on also the committee will type again the link to access the attendance form in the chat box. And the last is, of course, to respect, because the key to a successful international conference virtually is to remember that you are in a meeting. So please kindly give your full attention to all of the participants as you were in the same room. All right, so once again, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning to all ladies and gentlemen. And it is a great honor for us on behalf of the International Conference on the Synergy of Islamic and Multidisciplinary Approaches, or ICISMA. My name is Santi Rahmawati, to be standing here as a master of ceremony in this international conference, and welcome to each and every one of you for being here with us today. So before we are going to the next program, let me read out the structure or the agenda of our first day of the ICISMA. So after this, we will have the Doa recitations, the national anthem of Indonesia, and following directly with the March of Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, and then also welcoming remark, opening speech, continue with the global research ecosystem introductions and keynote speaker sessions. And after the keynote speaker sessions, after the break, we will have the academic online presentation sessions. So we do encourage all of the participants to stay until the end of the conference today. And please do not forget also that tomorrow we still have the second day of the ICISMA 2026. And now, without further ado, let's open our agenda. All right, so it is an honor to me to inform you that as among us here, we have His Excellency the Head of Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi As-Syafiiyah, Profesor Dr. Haji Dailami Firdaus.
Good morning.
Good morning, Prof. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And also, we already have here His Excellency the Rector of Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, Profesor Dr. Masduki Ahmad SHMM.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning.
Good morning. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Professor. And then also we have Her Excellency the Conference Chair of ICISMA and also the Director of Institute for Research and Community Service or LPPM at Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah Indonesia, Dr. Indarjani MSc. And then also Her Excellency the Co-Conference Chair of ICISMA and also the Founder and Chairperson of Research Synergy Foundation, Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih. And also Your Excellency, all the keynote speakers, particularly the keynote speaker for day one today, Professor Dr. Muhammad Munir as from the Faculty of Sharia and Law or International Islamic University, Islamabad, Pakistan. And then also Dr. Hamdan Zulfa, SHMH, as the former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia. And then Professor Dr. Khalik Ahmad as from the International Institute of the Islamic Thought and Civilization, International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM Malaysia. And of course, we have also the Excellency, the Session Chair, particularly for the Session Chair Day 1. We have Dr. Khalid Hussain from the Department of Islamic Studies, Baba Ghulam Shah Badsas University from India. And of course, all the Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, faculty member, and all of the participants of ICISMA, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, very good morning and welcome once again to ICISMA, or the International Conference on the Synergy of Islamic and Multidisciplinary Approaches, which is organized by Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, or UIA, and also in partnership with Research Synergy Foundations, supported by Scholar Vein, Reviewer Track, Research Synergy Institute, Research Synergy Press, Global Research Community, and of course, F1000 Research. So this virtual international conference held on 2 days, starting today at the 11 February up to 12 February 2026 through the Zoom platforms and also streaming live on YouTube. So the conference theme for the ICISMA this year is harnessing Islamic concept and also practice through multidisciplinary perspective in the digital era of 5.0. And we are welcoming all of the participants in the ICISMA coming from over 16 countries around the globe and background to have the discussion and also networking on the conference. And next today, ICISMA is also supported by the keynote speakers, session chairs, scientific reviewers, and of course, the presenters from well-known and also recognized higher education institutions and organizations. So we welcome all the strategic partners from the Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah and also the member of the Research Synergy Foundation's Global Research Ecosystem to ICISMA. We also welcome all of the participants, scholars, researchers, and practitioners from various countries such as Indonesia, Egypt, Malaysia, United States of America, Taiwan, India, Iran, Pakistan, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Philippines, Cambodia, Nepal, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, and many more. So we believe that at this conference, ICISMA, you will get a lot of insight through the knowledge obtained from the multidisciplinary field of study, and this will lead to a fruitful future collaboration and research opportunities. And next, we are sure that the discussion at this international conference today will be a lively and interesting one. So therefore, we will provide all of the participants and attendees to discuss further about the research presented in the ICISMA in our Global Research Ecosystem community platforms. So in these platforms, you can connect, interact, comment, discuss, and even find opportunities to collaborate with other scholars, other researchers in your research field worldwide. So to join this Research Synergy Foundation community platforms, you may simply scan the QR code shown on the screen, or you may also go directly to the globalresearchecosystem.com. And next, regarding the material of the conference, the virtual background, the conference program, and even the abstract book can be accessed at the link that you can see on the screen. And another good news is the paper that is presenting in this conference is already published in the proceedings at the link also showed on your screen, and also the committee will later on type it in the Zoom chat box, so you can see also the research paper of all the presenters today and tomorrow. And next, we would like also to inform for all the participants, please kindly be involved in the discussions, and the question and answer can only ask via Zoom chat box. So when and after the speaker have finished delivering their speech, and the moderator or the session chair will manage as per the time available. And next, for the e-certificate for the attendees or audience, this is particularly for the attendee or the audience. So will be provided to all the participants who are registered in the Global Research Ecosystem community platforms and actively involved asking the question or giving feedback in the sessions. So that's why we would like to encourage the mutual collaborations, not only with the presenter session chair, but also all the audience, all the attendee to get involved in the later on the keynote speaker sessions and also the academic presentation session later on. And the committee only send the e-certificate to the participant who confirm on going to the event, and please kindly follow this instruction given. So do not forget to get your e-certificate through the community platforms. And then next, for the video and also the audio, this is the attendance forms. Once again, the committee also will type it in the Zoom chat box. And next, for the video and audio, so once again, we do encourage all of the online participants to require to mute their audio. And the host has every right to mute any participant's audio and remove those who are deemed disruptive without warning. All right, so now it's the very momentous moment. So before we start the official agenda of today's conference, the ICISMA, let us begin the ceremony, this event, with a blessing from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And so that's for, we would like to invite Dr. Sarbini Anim, MA, to lead the dua recitations and a moment of silence. Please welcome Dr. Sarbini Anim. All right, doctor, so you can unmute yourself first.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, sebelum kita membaca doa, terlebih dahulu mari sama-sama kita Al-Fatihah untuk muassis pendiri dari kampus Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, khusus almarhum Bapak Kiai Abdullah Syafi'i bin Abdullah Syafi'i, juga rumah Ibunda Profesor Dr. Hajatuti Alawiyah binti Abdul Syafi'i, dan juga khusus untuk Ayahanda Khatib Nasir, juga almarhum Bapak Muhammad Riza Hafiz. Mudah-mudahan semua almarhum wal almarhumah mendapatkan yang ibadahnya selalu mendapatkan ridho Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Habib Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, khusus almarhum Bapak Kiai Abdullah Syafi'i bin Abdul Syafi'i, khusus almarhumah Ibunda Profesor Dr. Hajatuti Alawiyah binti Abdul Syafi'i, khusus almarhum Abu Khatib Nasih, almarhum Bapak Muhammad Riza Hafid al-Hadini Abdul Salih ila hadatin Nabi. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanir rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas shiratal mustaqim. Shiratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Rabbi. Astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim. Wa ana ya karim. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina wa habibina wa syafi'ina wa maulana Muhammad wa sallam radiyallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala dan kulli sadatina ashabi Rasulillahi ajma'in. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin hamdan yuwafi ni'amu yukafi majida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi wa 'azimi sultani. Allahumma ighfir lana dzunubana wa kaffir 'anna sayyi'atina wa tawaffana ma'al abrar. Allahumma lakal hamdu syukra wa lakal mannu fadla wa anta rabbuna haqqa wa ana abiduka riqqa wa anta lam tazal li zalika ahla. Allahumma ya muhawwil hawwil halana ila ahsan al-ahwal fi ahwalika wa quwwatika ya kabir muta'al ya aziz ya ghaffar. Allahumma yassir umura kullaha, Allahumma sahil umura kullaha wa la tu'assir alaina. Allahumma jal jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihim tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'alna fina syaqiyan wa la mahruma. Allahumma aghnina bil ilmi wa zayyina bil hikmi wa akrimna bit taqwa wa jamilna bil afiyah. Allahumma nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa qalban khashi'an wa amalan mutaqabbalan birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma waladana wa banatana usratana wa jama'atana wa tullabatana wa talibatina min ahli ilmi wa lil khair wa la taj'alhum wa'ihum min ahli dhair. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Alhamdulillah. Once again, thank you so much. Jazakallahu khairan, Dr. Sarbini. Thank you so much, sir. And we do hope that our conference today will be a blessing and also successful one, inshallah. All right, so now we would like to go to the next agenda, which is to play the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and also follow directly by the march of Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. For the online participants and the Zoom platform, please stay seated to show the respect. Thank you so much.
Di
Thank you for your attention. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and also attendees of the ICISMA, we would like to moving on to our next agenda. So we would like to invite Professor Dr. Haji Dailami Firdaus as SHLLM MBA as the head of Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi As-Syafiiyah, so to give the welcome remarks. So before Professor Dailami delivering the welcome remarks, allow me to read his profile first. Professor Dr. Haji Dailami Firdaus is an Indonesian academic, public, Muslim intellectual, and also a statesman with a strong background in law, governance, and higher education leaderships. So he holds the advanced degrees in law and business administrations from both Indonesian and also international institutions, reflecting his interdisciplinary approaches to public policy and institutional management. So beyond academy and also social affairs, Professor Dailami has been actively involved in the national politics and public services. And then in parallel, he remains active in social, educational, and cultural organizations, promoting community empowerment, religious moderations, and the preservations of Betawi culture heritage within Indonesia's pluralistic societies. So it is an honor to have a Professor Haji Dailami. So please welcome, Prof. The time is yours to give the welcome remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. Good morning, distinguished scholars, respective keynote speakers, honorable guests, and also dear participants. First of all, it is a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you to Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, a campus where knowledge and faith are integrated, where scientific inquiry is guided by ethical and spiritual values. I would like to give a brief introduction. My name is Dailami Firdaus. I'm the chairman of the foundation, not the head of, but I'm the chairman of the foundation of the Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, and also acting as a senator, member of the Indonesia Regional Representative Council representing Jakarta since 2014. Now it's my third term in the senatorialship in the Parliament of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, UIA in short of Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah is not only an institution I serve, but also a legacy founded by my grandfather, Kiai Haji Abdullah Syafi'i, and my mother, Hajah Tuti Alawiyah. The name of As-Syafi'iyah itself is from the name of the father of Kiai Abdullah Syafi'i, Haji Syafi'i, and we are Nazaban wa Mazhaban. We are in Al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. And Tuti Alawiyah is also not only the founder, but also former ministers during the Sukarno and Habibie of the presidency of Indonesia. Alhamdulillah, this morning I deeply honored to welcome participants joining us from various countries. As mentioned before, that almost more than 16 countries joining this international conference, and I do appreciate and thank you for your presence, your commitment, and your willingness to contribute to this important international academic forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the vision and academic spirits of Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah are rooted in the Quran. One of the verses that inspire our intellectual tradition is found in the Surah Ali Imran, verses 190, 191, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Auzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna fi khalqis samawati wal ard wa ikhtilafil laili wan nahari la ayatil liulil albab. Alladzina yadhkuruna Allaha qiyaman wa qu'udan wa ala junubihim wa yatafakkaruna fi khalqis samawati wal ard. This version reminds us that remembrance of Allah and intellectual reflection must walk together. That is why at UIA, we strongly believe the integration of Islamic values and multidisciplinary knowledge from religions, law, and social sciences to technology and digital innovation. At UIA, being academically excellent is not enough. Our vision is to educate students who are not only experts in the field, but also morally grounded, socially responsible, and committed to serving humanity, especially in the poor, with the poor, the marginalized, and person and disabilities. I just want to also to make some more information that As-Syafiiyah is we have run in three fields. First is education. We have the university, and then dakwah and social activities. Dakwah is we have we call it Majlis Taklim Coordinating Board or BKMT, with members millions from Aceh to Papua. 38 provinces of Indonesia is the members of BKMT, and also 400 more kabupaten, we call it, in Indonesia. And this is one of the legacies of Professor Dr. Haja Tuti Alawiyah. And she was also before the president of the Ittihadun Nisa Al-Islami Al-Alami, one of the organization of the Muslimah woman on the world, and she was the president in 2007 to 2010. Distinguished participant, the theme of this conference, the synergy of Islamic multidisciplinary approaches, is highly relevant in today's digital era 5.0. Global challenges are required integrated thinking, ethical science, and collaborative solution. Islam itself carries universal missions, as Allah states in the Quran, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. This is the spirit we wish to bring it into this conference, that knowledge, technology, and faith should become a sort of mercy and benefit for all creation. Finally, on behalf of the foundation, as the chairman of the Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, I wish all of you a productive, inspiring, and meaningful conference. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us beneficial knowledge and guide us our discussion toward goodness and wisdom. Once again, thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much once again, Professor Dr. Haji Dailami Firdaus, and also the legacy from the As-Syafiiyah, and also a big family. Thank you so much for giving the real impact to our society, not only in the Indonesian scale, but also globally through the ICISMA. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you. And of course, we would like also to give this very special token of appreciations to Professor Dr. Haji Dailami Firdaus. So in this occasion, we would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsi as the co-conference chair and also the founder and CEO of Research Synergy Foundation to give this special token of appreciations. So please welcome Professor Yani. Please kindly unmute first, Prof.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Miss Santi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for Professor Dr. Haji Dailami Firdaus. It's really insightful, welcoming remarks from you, and it is really inspiring us here, since we know that this conference, there are the diversity scholars that coming into this conference. Maybe it will be inspiring by you And thank you so much for this collaboration and also for your support to this conference. Thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you so much once again to Professor Dr. Haji Dailami Firdaus. And also thank you, Professor Yani. Thank you so much. All right, so now we would like to moving on to our next agenda, which is the opening speech. And already here with us, Professor Dr. Masduki Ahmad SHMM as the Rector of Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Assalamualaikum, Professor Masduki.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. All right, Prof. So before you give the opening speech, allow me to read your profile first. Professor Dr. Masduki Ahmad is a distinguished Indonesian academic leader and expert in educational management, law, and human resource developments. So he holds a Bachelor of Law with a focus on constitutional law and also a Master of Management in Human Resource Management and a doctoral degree specializing in educational management from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, reflecting a multifaceted approaches to governance, policy, and institutional development. So he currently serves as a rector of Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, where he leads strategic academic initiatives and international collaborations to enhance the university's global engagement in education and research. In parallel, Dr. Masduki also is a senior lecturer at the Universitas Negeri Jakarta, contributing to curriculum innovations, quality assurance, and research in education policy and administration. It is an honor to have your support, Prof, in this conference. And now the time is yours to give the opening speech in ICISMA 2026.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahilladzi an'amana bi ni'matil iman wal islam wa nusalli wa nusallim ala khairil anam sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Good morning, distinguished scholar and keynote speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. Dailami Firdaus SHLM, Head of Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi As-Syafiiyah and Senator Parlemen Indonesia. Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih, Co-Conference Chair of the ICISMA, Founder and Chairperson of Research Synergy Foundation. Honorable Dr. Raden Indaryani MSc, Director of the Institute for Research and Community Service, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Munir, Visiting Professor at International Islamic University Islamabad, Pakistan. Honorable Professor Dr. Khalid Ahmad, PhD, from International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Yang saya hormati dan saya takdimi Dr. Hamdan Zulfa, SHMH, former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia, and participants from across the globe. It is great honor for me as Rector Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah to welcome you all the International Conference on the Synergy of Islamic and Multidisciplinary Approach, ICISMA. On behalf of Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, I extend our sincere appreciation to Research Synergy Foundation and supporting partner for the valuable collaboration in making this international forum possible. Ladies and gentlemen, ICISMA represents more than an academic conference. It is meeting point of idea, a dialogue among disciplines, and bridge between Islamic intellectual heritage and contemporary scientific inquiry. We live in time when global challenges are increasingly complex. Issues in health, education, economic, technology, and social development cannot be solved by single discipline alone. They require integrated perspective and collaborative thinking. Islam's scholarship historically demonstrated this integration. Classical Muslim scholars did not separate religion from science, ethic from innovation, or spiritual from social responsibility. They viewed knowledge as unified pursuit aimed at the benefit of humanity. ICISMA seeks to reveal this integrative spirit in modern academic setting. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference gathers experts from Islamic studies, knowledge and innovation management, nursing, public health, curriculum, studies, Islamic pedagogy, educational technology, the halal industry, supremacist Islamic economic, and Islamic theology. That's what my different method and focus, yet they share a common goal, improving the quality of human life. For example, public health needs ethical and cultural sensitivity. Educational technology requires philosophical and moral direction. The halal industry depends on the both scientific precision and Islamic jurisprudence. Innovation management benefit from values such as integrity, accountability, and social responsibility. Sufism reminds us that knowledge must also nurture the inner dimension of the human being. Thus, the synergy between Islamic value and multidisciplinary science is not merely describable, it is necessary for balanced and sustainable progress. Dear brother and sister, university today must serve as center of knowledge creation and moral leadership. Research should not only advance theory, but also contribute to solving real social problem. Third, ICISMA, we hope to encourage high quality and impactful research, strengthen international academic network, inspiring you researchers to pursue integrative scholarship, produce ideas that benefit society and humanity at large. At Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, we are committed to becoming globally engaged Islamic university, one that promotes academic excellence, ethical value, and meaningful societal contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all participants to ask this forum actively, share your findings, exchange perspective, and build collaboration. Let us listen with respect, speak with wisdom, and work with sincerity. May this conference not end as a series of presentations, but continue as partnership, joint research, and share initiative that extend for beyond this session. Finally, I pray that ICISMA become a source of knowledge, inspiration, and benefit for all participants and for the wider global community. Thank you for your dedication to scholarship and for being part of this important academic journey. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jazakallahu khairan, Professor Dr. Masduki Ahmad. And also in this occasion, we would like to give this special token of appreciation, Prof, to you. So we would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih as the co-conference chair of ICISMA and also the founder and CEO of Research Synergy Foundation to give this token of appreciation to Professor Dr. Masduki Ahmad. Please welcome Professor Yani.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Santi. On behalf of Research Synergy Foundations, thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Masduki. This token is a small symbol of our gratitude for your hospitality and also your support and your dedication to this conference. And we can see that this conference is not just only conference, Prof. This is a great networking that we can gather and embracing all the scholars from all around the world. And then we do hope that our collaboration will be extended into another programs in the future. Thank you so much for your support and your welcoming to our collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Henry.
All right. Thank you so much once again to Professor Masduki and also Professor Yani. Thank you so much. All right. So now we would like to moving on to our next agenda. We would like to invite the co-conference chair of ICISMA as well as the founder and Chief Executive Officer at the Research Synergy Foundation, Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih, to give the introductions of the global research ecosystem that will certainly bring many benefit to all the ICISMA participants today and also tomorrow. But before that, allow me to read her profile first. Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih has shown a great commitment on creating a global network and research ecosystem which has been developing since 2017 and up to the present and having increasing number of members up to more than 45,000 scholars around the globe. So those who work in this area made her as the nominee of the Impactful Leadership Award from Talberg Foundation, Sweden at 2024. As a lecturer, she has been working in the university since 2008 and at the present in Indonesia as the associate professor, and she holds a doctoral of science and management graduated from the School of Business and Management, Institute of Technology, Bandung. Her research expertise are in social entrepreneurship, social innovations, and knowledge management. So in addition, she had published book chapters, research papers, and even the contemporary scientific articles, which is published by Springer, Emerald, Taylor, and Francis, and in many other reputable international publishers and journals. So without further ado, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih. The time is yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Santi, for the opportunity to have all of the participants here. And on behalf of Research Synergy Foundation, welcome to this conference to all of the participants. Before that, I would like to introduce regarding with Research Synergy Foundations and also why this conference is matter to all of us here. Okay, may I share the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Wait. I apologize. I found any. Yeah. I don't know. It is difficult to. This is a technical matter. Sorry. Okay. Wait.
Okay. Do you want us, the committee, to share the screen, Prof?
Yeah, sure. Okay, I will share it. My apologies to everyone here that because this is need time for this one. Okay, sorry. Okay, Miss Santi, I think I have problem with my net.
All right. Okay. Let us do the share screen.
Oh yeah, I can share this. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, no worries.
Because it is kind of a lack one. My apologies to everyone here. Yeah. Is it already there, Miss Santi?
Yes, perfect. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you so much to all of the participants and also all of the college that already supported this conference. Let me introduce regarding with this conference, and I would like to motivate to all of you here that why this conference is matter. But before that, I would like to report as a co-conference chair regarding with this. This is kind of the process in how we conduct the scientific forum, and then this is on behalf of Research Synergy Foundation. I would like to give kind of a report as our work role in this conference. And this conference, as we know, this is kind of a grand networking one because I can see the diversity of the conference. It is already supported by more than 200 participants from 16 countries and from 15 institutions. And these all participants is having a roles and supported this conference, not just only as attendee and participation and presenters, but also as a keynote speaker. So we already supported by 5 keynote speaker here and also 4 session chairs, and then more than 50 scientific reviewer, since we are already know that this is scientific forum, and then so we upholding the integrity by having scientific community, and then we are also having 31 presenters and also more than 200 attendees from all around the world. So we can see that this is a good opportunity to all of you here, and I can see also this is a good combinations between a young scholar or early career researcher and also a professor that maybe in these occasions we can share, and then we can extend it into another collaborations. Okay, before that, because this is related with the navigating digital era 5.0 with Islamic value, as like what already mentioned by Professor Dailami and also Prof. Masduki regarding with why this conference is matter. Seems like the theme of this conference, harnessing Islamic concept and practice through multidisciplinary perspective in digital era. So this is our role actually, because we become the ethical compass since in the age of the AI and hyperconnectivity in this technology facet. Islamic principle of the masahah, as we know, as it is a public interest, and also ihsan, as we know, as it is an excellence or perfections, has to serve as the ultimate framework to all of us here as a Muslim scholar for human-centric technology. And then multidisciplinary studies is a necessity. Why? Because the complex digital challenge cannot be solved by in only one discipline or in one silos. So we must integrate in a multidiscipline, or maybe in another discipline. I mean, like we have a lot of discussion with another disciplines, and then we can integrate among or between the spiritual ethics, social science, and also advanced technology, and then it can be creating a holistic digital ecosystem for the global solutions. And as we know, Islam as is already become rahmatan lil alamin, or mercy to all the creation. So we are, as a Muslim scholars, we have a goals in this era actually, because we have to harness innovation, as like the mentioning from Professor Dailami. Yes, we create innovation, but it should be having an impact. It comes from why we have to make an impact. It comes from the hadith, Qorinas anfa'u linas, because the most honorable person in Allah's eyes is the person that have a lot of benefit to the humanity. So it's mean that we just not only creating innovations, but also we have to create the impact. And this is why RSF here, because RSF based on that knowledge-based social innovation creations. And we are here as the catalyst and also the support system to empower the global research ecosystem that we are already built. And this is the way how we try to embracing to all of you here, to bridging the gap. And then we made kind of collaboration among others here. And from this conference, for example, when the presenters come here or the keynote speaker sharing or transfer knowledge regarding with their knowledge, and then they try to having like individual insights. So by having this conference, we can go into another collective global solution for the emergent impacts. It comes from your individual thought or individual research or etc. So I think this scientific forum as this conference is really useful to all of us here to creating impact. And then we do hope that this conference not just only ended into a publication only for your career. I mean, like if you are a lecturer and then you need the publications, we do hope that we don't go just only publication, but we go beyond publications. We will focus. We will help. We will support all of you to focus on the knowledge-based social innovations, where your knowledge will be having social impact. We have many programs on that. For example, with the Impactora Forum, and then with another forum that you can globally impactful through our platform. And then we would like to encourage all of you and support you by our support system through our global ecosystem, through our support system. We have many programs, not just only conference, and we ensure every paper or every research work or maybe every insight from your keynote speech and discussion in our conference will be contribute to the future generations. We will have many of actions regarding with the post-conference, not just only the publications, but we have also another platform for gathering for the scholars regarding with the call to actions and etc. to motivate them to come back to the soul of the research itself for creating impact and then giving a solution to the community or society like that. And then I would like to introduce regarding with our support system, but before that, I would like to introduce who is Research Synergy Foundation. We are a digital social enterprise platform actually. Why digital social enterprise and why social enterprise? Because we try to combine and balance between the enterprising and then how we can sustain our enterprise. And then we are also doing like a social programs. So we balancing, we create impact with our social programs, and we are also creating impact in our enterprising programs. And then we are focusing in how we develop a global research ecosystem, and we are embracing not just only the researcher that come from the academician, but also come from the government and come from industry. This is as the picture here. This is the Halal conference in Chulalongkorn University. This is our 5th conference that we are already conduct in Thailand, in Chulalongkorn University with Professor K. Haji Ahmad Winay Dahlan. And then we are gathering industry. It is kind of triple helix conference because we are gather the industry and then academicians and then also the society, and then we embrace all of them in one forum. It's called ISATEC, International Halal Science Chulalongkorn University. And then we made kind of discussions, sharing knowledge, and then updating the information to give the solution regarding with halal platform and etc. So this is really good example to all of us here when we are go together in, and we do together in some scientific forum, so we can solve and then give the impact massively, not just only presenting the paper, but we are creating the solving problem or tackling the problem regarding with the society problems or society. As you know that in this era we need a lot of social movement, yeah, regarding with how we can solve the problem in the society. And then in the middle, this is our conference in the Curtin University. And then it is also embracing many scholars that come from associations, industry, and also governments. And this one is one of our conference last year's. This is with the industry, with the Danantara or with the Telkom corporate university. So we are doing how research, it's called it industry-driven research, will be useful to the industry, and then it will be extend into the commercialization and etc. So I think by having research, not just only doing research, but we can make a usefulness for the society. It can be for the industry, and then it could be also with to the government, and also it could be for the society. For example, for the government, some of our members that come from the government, they make any basis for the policy making by having call for paper research. So they are doing conference for the call for papers, and then based on the paper, they can decide as the basis of their policy making. So I think this is a very good one, since we are not just only having conference or doing conference. So we have many programs to support to all of you from 2017 up to 2025. We have more than 45 scholars as our beneficiaries that already participated in our program from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continent. So it means that our impact already reached more than 45,000 scholars. So we do hope that this can inspiring all of you, that we're not just only doing publication or conference and etc., but we do an impact. And then this is our global research ecosystem that we have already built since 2017 and up to 2025. Up to now, we have more than 45. It comes from, for example, Scholarfin. Scholarfin is the support system that support mainly this conference. Up to now, we have more than 21,000 members that already participated in this conference. And then we have more than 200 conferences that already conducted in 15 countries. And to upholding the integrity, we are also supported by our reviewers. So up to now, we have more than 2,000 scientific reviewers. And then for this conference, we are already supported by more than 50 because we have double-blind review for your paper. So if we have 20 paper that already submitted into the system, in the Scholarfin system, it will be distributed to more than 50 reviewer. So that's why this is the way how we reach the barakah of all of this process, because we do make like seriously regarding with upholding the integrity of our scientific process by embracing also all of our reviewer to be involved actively in our scientific forum like this conference. And then since our stakeholder, not just only the participant or the author or the member that would like to be published in some reputable indexed journal, but we are also having collaboration with another publisher as like Taylor and Francis and also Emerald. And since we know that they have any requirement regarding with how to be published there, so we try to minimize the gap between author capacity and also editorial requirement by having a Research Synergy Institute. This is our learning platform actually. And we are already participated, our beneficiaries of our programs in our Research Synergy Institute is more than 20,000 members. It comes from many countries, thousands of institutions or universities. And then we are also having Research Synergy Press. This is our publishing house. It is support mainly also, the support system mainly this conference. There are 13 journals, international journals that already indexed in some reputable indexers that support this conference as the opportunity publications, or I mean like as the publication for this conference. And then we have now 22 international indexed journal. And we are already supported many authors that come from many countries. And then the last one, but I think this is not the last, because we will always create another support system to support all of the scholars from all around the world. And for our global research community itself, we are supported by more than 4,000 global scholars join in this global research community platform, and then the attendee that come from that participated online, it come from in our global research community platform actually. So there are more than 200 attendees, online attendees that already come from 16 countries. It comes from our global research community platform. So this is kind of the global research ecosystem that we built to support to all of you. As the researcher, you can create the impact. You can create the impact from your insight, from your research, and you can spread out to the world through our platform actually. And then this is our infographics in 2025. There are many programs, and you can contact our team regarding with what kind of program that we can support to your institutions. For example, how you can support it to be internationalization, recognition, and etc. So we have many programs for that. And then this is our previous conference, because our conference is not just only a virtual conference, because we have also a hybrid conference. Upcoming conference will goes into another university and also countries. For example, we are collaborating with the Tom Young University in Busan in the July conference, and then we are also with the Samarkand University in Uzbekistan in October, and then we have in the Maldives National University in Maldives in September and November. So we have many programs, not just only the virtual ones, but also in hybrid one. And then this is, as I already talked before, regarding with this conference, it's not just only conference, but it is also a grand networking to all of you. And also this is an opportunity for you to have any path as a researcher. Maybe for now, as a tipping point, you are become the attendee, and after that, you will become the presenters in our conference. And then after that, you can have any confidence and any expertise in review. You can become our reviewer, and then you can become a session chair and keynote speaker. So this is the way how we can make all of you here become will be recognized by all of the scholars in the research in the same research domain, and also you can do a lot of programs regarding with extended your research or whatever. And we do welcome to all of you as our members to make you being involved actively in our global research ecosystem. And this is one of our programs that we know that we have in conference, not just only conference, but in this conference, we do co-creation international program, for example, like mobility programs, and we have international competition with among or between the students there. And then we have also guest lecturing. We are also have the like study tour, and then a company visit, and etc. And also international community service. So I think this is a really good chance to all of you to having not just only conference, but more than just conference, with many of activities. And then this is also one of our achievement. In 2020, we are already being affiliated officially with Taylor and Francis as advisory gateway in F1000 research. And then with Emerald, and up to now, we have more than 200 papers that already published. It comes from the conference also mostly, and then from our coaching. And it already indexed in Scopus Q1 for the humanities and social science for the Q2. And this is the partner of the gateway, and this is our global learning platform to support to be eligible to be published there. We have many programs here for our global learning platform, Research Synergy Institute, and this is what I already talked before. Research Synergy Foundation as a platform to creating impact through your action. If you have community or you have community services in your community or your society, you can publish in this impactful forum. So you can create impact. You can create how you can inspiring others regarding with what you have already done to the society in solving their social problem. Okay, and then this is our international journal. We have 22 international journals and already indexed in some reputable indexers. And this conference already supported by 13 of our international journals. And this is the indexing and also database of our journals. There are 8 indexed of reputable indexers. It could including Sinta and of EBSCO, ProQuest, Copernicus, ASCI, and etc., and also the databases. This is the most important one because since we are already in the database, so it means that the coverage of your research can be cited and can be read, can be downloaded, and can be recognized. It will be wider. So we are already recorded in more than 400 university library database. So it's really good opportunity to all of you. After you, the presenters, our presenter, they will publish in this journals, and then for free for the presenters, and then it will be recognized with more than 400 university library database included in Harvard Library, Stanford, and etc. And then it will be create your impact regarding with the citation and etc. So this is the conference paper proceeding that we have already had, and we have 100 of it. And the last one, but I think it is not this is not the least. The future is collaborative. Everyone knows that. And please join our global research community, our research synergy community platform to transform your knowledge into social impact. And please join in our community platform. And then for the university or another association or maybe another organization in industry or in government, please welcome to join as our global partner of RSF. And then thank you so much to all of you. Have a good day, and my apologies because I'm so excited to explain regarding with our journey in conducting this global research ecosystem, and then to welcome you as our big family. Thank you so much. Come back to Miss Santi.
Okay, thank you so much once again, Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati, for giving us an enlightenment about how this global research ecosystem can bring benefit not only to individual but also institutionals. And yet we do also very grateful that Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah that we can collaborate and can make this ICISMA happen, inshallah, successful for the next 2 days. All right, so now it's the time for us to have the appreciation moments. So as the recognition and also the appreciations from the ICISMA committee, we would like to give this token of appreciations to Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsi. So in this occasion, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Masduki Ahmad, a director of Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Please welcome Prof to give this token of appreciations to Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati. Please welcome Professor Masduki.
Oke, tentu sangat berterima kasih, thank you atas dedikasi dan materi yang disampaikan sangat komprehensif. Mudah-mudahan menjadi pencerahan. Terima kasih. Selamat.
Sama-sama. You welcome, Prof. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much once again, Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati, and of course to Professor Dr. Masduki. Okay, so now we would like to continue before the keynote speaker session. We would like to have a well documentations in the first day of the ICISMA 2026. So once again, please kindly open the Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of ICISMA, so without further ado, now we will move on to our agenda today, which is the keynote speaker session. And on the first day today, we will have three keynote speakers who are really expert in their field. So the keynote speaker sessions will be moderated by me, Santi. And this is the keynote speaker for our first day, because tomorrow we will have also the next two keynote speakers. Okay, so first we will have Professor Dr. Muhammad Munir from the International Islamic University, Islamabad, Pakistan. And then we will have Dr. Hamdan Zulfa, SHMH, as the former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia. And then we will have Professor Dr. Khalik Ahmad from the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, ISTAC IIUM, Malaysia. All right, so now we will go to the first keynote speaker. So without further ado, let us welcome our first keynote speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Muhammad Munir from the Faculty of Sharia Law, International Islamic University, Islamabad, Pakistan. Alhamdulillah, Professor Munir already here with us. Assalamualaikum, Professor Munir.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, clearly, Prof. All right. So, Prof. Munir, so before you start delivering the keynote speech, so allow me to read your profile first, Prof. All right. So, Dr. Muhammad Munir is an independent legal researcher specializing in Muslim personal law, Islamic jurisprudence, international humanitarian law, constitutional law, and legal philosophy. So he previously served as the regional IHL and also Islam advisor for North Africa and also the Middle East at the International Committee of the Red Cross, or ICRC, in Amman, Jordan. And also as a professor of law at the International Islamic University, Islamabad, Dr. Munir has also held senior academic leadership role, including the vice president for administrations, finance, and planning, and also the director general of the Sharia Academy. So he holds a PhD in law and advanced degrees in Sharia international law and legal study from institutions in Pakistan and Sweden. His scholarship includes a monograph published by Oxford University Press and numerous peer-reviewed articles in internationally indexed journals. So Dr. Munir is also an approved PhD supervisor, an editorial board member of the several international journals, and of course, a frequent contributor to the academic and policy dialogues on Islamic law, humanitarian norms, and legal reform. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Munir. The time is yours, Prof.
Thank you very much. And I'm very thankful for the invitation. First of all, greeting and good morning and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh from a very cold Islamabad here. It's very cold here, honestly. And I'm sure Indonesia, the temperature is always warm, so a good one. It is great to be speaking to some of the great scholars here and some great participants. In fact, I have been to Indonesia 3 times, and every time I have been there, I have brought much more energy, and my visits there, has paved the way for me to write more and more, and also take some good challenges, alhamdulillah. And the article, the presentation today, of course, was also, because of one of my visits to Indonesia, Jakarta, and when I spoke in the conference and had just an outline of an article, alhamdulillah, I developed that into a good one and got it published. Now, the topic that I have chosen today is a bit different one, but I guess it is one of the most important area in which scholars and Muslim scholars especially should dive in, because we have a lot of, those people who I'm not sure if they even be called scholars, and what they do is they are trying to, intrude into the basic and established, norms of Islamic law. And they try to take a lot of our young people and scholars, astray. And this is why we, as Muslims, you understand, are supposed to counter that. So this is why I came up with this article, presentations here, and which is based on one of my articles. And I'm sharing the screen with you people so you could see it. And we'll be trying to remove try to make the presentation much more prominent. And let me do it again. I hope I can make it bigger. I hope so. And now, can you see the full page? Yes?
Now it's,
okay, thank you.
already in slideshow. Great.
Now, as Muslims and as a researcher, and I'm sure those who are young researchers, I think it must have come to their mind most of the time as to how could we, the Muslims, started as, the Muslim state had one head of state, that was the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then followed by Abu Bakr and Umar, Uthman and Ali, and so on. And then we had this big Umayyad, you understand, dynasty, and then the Abbasid, and so on and so forth. Right now, we are living in an era where we have some 56, 57 Muslim states. Some of them are quite big. Some are, very, very small. Some are more powerful, and I would say are very good, by the way, but some are not, by the way, perhaps that strong. Now, what is this era today? Why is this what we call the nation state today? Where is that Khilafat gone? And why are too many Muslims, by the way, always talking about, one caliph and one state, that there should be one Muslim caliph for all the Muslims around the world? Now, is this based in Islamic law? Is this something grounded in Islamic law, or is it something that we are just listening to and should not be bothered by? So this is, by the way, something I think we shall take care of it and shall try to, what we say, discuss it. Again, I don't know what is happening. Something, I guess some control is from there. Yeah. And this is why I try to share from here, but something is perhaps going on there as well. The screen is reduced by somebody there, right?
No, Prof. So we can hear a full slide. Now it's
okay.
perfect. Yeah, we can hear.
I want them to see the full page because they have seen me already, and
yeah,
is the full page?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Are you sure? I don't know.
Yes.
Let me just do it again. No, it is showing my picture, by the way. It is showing me.
It's full page, sir. It's full page, and the audience also give the same response, so we can see your picture and also the full page of the presentations.
It's not the case here with me, by the way. I don't know what happened. Let me start all over again. I will be sharing it once again. Something is wrong. No. I press the button share. But if you people, perhaps, I don't know, somebody, management is doing something, so I can't see my presentation. Okay, anyway, I will I can see the small page. The problem is I can't move the page. Somebody has done something with it.
No, Prof, we did not do anything because it's fully controlled by you. So if you don't mind, you can share the slide. So this is the capture in the Zoom. So this is perfect, Prof. The one that we send the picture in the Zoom chat box is the current view that we see in our computer.
Honestly, I can't move the slide. Something is wrong.
Okay.
Something is wrong.
Okay. So if you don't mind, you can share the your slide, perhaps, Prof, so we can help it.
Let me rejoin, and I request you, because I'm thousands of kilometers away. If you people, don't interrupt, inshallah, then I would be able to share everything with you people. Okay, so I will be resharing.
Yeah.
First of all, let me stop sharing and then share again. No, I can't share the way I want to share. Something is wrong here. Let me get out and get in again.
All right, Prof. All right, so while waiting for Prof. Munir trying to resolve the technical issue, we would like to inform once again to all of the audience to kindly involve in the discussions, because the committee also will give the e-certificates, particularly for the attendees or the audience who are actively involved in these sessions. And then to all of the presenters that will presenting your paper, please kindly check your schedules, yeah, because after the break, we will have the presentation sessions. All right, so Professor Munir is already here again with us. So please, Madam co-host, yes, already. Yes, Prof. We got you back.
I will try again. And I hope the problem doesn't persist, or does it? It does. I press the share button. So I'm supposed to be sharing my presentation, but then I don't know, something that doesn't happen. I don't understand. Anyway, I guess this is how it works. Let me enter the chat again. Okay. I hope you can see something this time.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. Yeah. And I want to just remove this. Now I'm showing, inshallah, the full page. So I'm telling you, in the Middle East, where I was posted for 2.5 years, and I have been touring the region, and I have been going to the interlocutors. What you get to know is when there are 50 people, sometimes even less than 50 people, they appoint a leader and they say, this guy is the caliph, and we have these 20 Kalashnikovs, and we are declaring a state. And then they say, you people have to do what? Pledge the support, you understand, to us in the bi'ah. And here is what the so-called Muslim state, they say. Now the question is, what does Islamic law, how does Islamic law, by the way, say about it? And again, even if there is, say, a Muslim state, which has a head of state, the question is, tomorrow that head of state dies. If that head of state is dead, how are we going to appoint another one, or select another one, or elect another one? So these are some of the questions that, inshallah, will be discussed here as quickly as possible. Time permitting. Time is, of course, too short. As we know, there are too many Islamist movements in the world today who want to establish what we call a global khilafat. And they say there should be one khalifa for the whole world. And some of them are there. Hizb ut-Tahrir is one of them. Tanzim Islami here in Pakistan is one of them. And of course, Daeshin are another one. Al-Qaeda, I don't know. There are too many. You cannot count, because there are groups and then there are subgroups. And every time I told you, they declare what we say, a new caliph and a new state and a sort of a state within a state. So we shall, inshallah, be discussing this. And what they do is they say, no, we the Muslims are murtaddeen. We are apostates. Na'uz billah. And all the states who cooperate with the United Nations, with the West, and in this global cooperation that our colleague was just talking about, of all types, they are basically infidel, and we shall kill them. And this is what is happening. I'm sure you are aware of what is happening in the Sahel area of West Africa, in many states in Africa, in many states in the Middle East, and many you understand areas of what is Pakistan and Afghanistan and many other areas. Now, let us be very clear about it. Is this something sort of hallowed by time? Did we have one super state all the time? Unfortunately, only in the beginning. But once the Umayyad state was over, the dynasty was over, we got a new state there in what we call southern Spain or Andalusia. So there was the Abbasid Empire in Baghdad, based in Baghdad, and another one based in southern Spain, and which continued for hundreds of years. And we had, of course, many other, by the way, territories of the Muslim world gone by independent rulers. Like during the time of the Ottoman Imams and the Ottoman Empire, we had this king in India. India was ruled by the Muslims for more than 600 years. And this king, Humayun, he declared that he is not the vassal of the Khalifa somewhere, that he is an independent king. He called himself a king as well. Now, there is this hadith. What are we going to do with it, by the way, and how are the muhaddisin and the fuqaha, by the way, understanding this hadith, which is, whoever comes to you and you are united under one man and seeks to cause political dissension and separate your community, fight him. Now, according to Imam Nawawi, this hadith refers to those who rebel against the leader. So let us dig deep into this. I'm sure you know this great Shafi'i scholar, Imam Mawardi, who died in 450 Hijrah. He says that if two imamat are established in two countries, none of the two is valid. See, he is from the middle of the 5th century. He says, no, there shouldn't be two. And if one claimed to be Khalifa, say in what is Indonesia today, and another one somewhere else, no, both of them are not, by the way, the Imam or the head of states. It is not permitted, this is his opinion, for there to be two Imams at one time, even though one group who are an exception do permit it. And he has this great book, Al-Ahkam al-Sultaniya, and it is a very good book, by the way, on the administration of what we say governance. One of the first book, perhaps the best book on governance you understand in Islamic law. And he has a lot of good ideas there. And you may disagree with him as well. He argues that the fuqaha differed on which one of the two will be the imam. So I told you, one in one country, one in another country, two imam at the same time. He says, according to one group of fuqaha, the one whose imamat was established in the country in which his predecessor died, as people there are more entitled to confirming the imamah. So if the head of state died in what is Indonesia today, of course, they say they are the first people to nominate someone. Another group, he says, of jurists are of the opinion that each of the two should reject the imamat for himself and offer it to a third person. So both of them should be removed, and there should be a third person who should be appointed as what the imam, the head of state. And this way, the people responsible for arranging the contract of imamat may elect one of them or someone other than the two. Others say that lots should be drawn. I mean, this is also an opinion. Mawardi says that imamat belongs to the one who first received the oath of allegiance from the people and the contractual agreement. He argues that if both of them received allegiance at the same time, then both contracts of imamat are annulled and the contract is renewed with one of them or with someone. The basic idea here is, for Mawardi, there has to be one caliph and one Muslim state. And it is not possible to have a second one, even forget about a third one and a 10th one and a 56th one. Come to Imam al-Haramain Juwayni, this great scholar who died in 478 Hijri and was Imam al-Haramain. I mean, leading the prayers, you understand, both in Mecca and also in Medina. So whenever he was in Mecca, he was the leader there. Whenever he was in Medina, he was there. And he has written some great, by the way, books. And he is one of the person who has written the best, and one of the best, by the way, not the earliest, but the best on Maqasid Sharia. The appointment of one leader is the ideal situation. So this man really knows, by the way, the problem. He is more practical. He says, yes, it's the ideal situation. But in the case of a dispute regarding the leadership of the aspirants, there are more than one. They say, I want to be the caliph. It will lead to destruction, fasad, which will be the worst situation. So he says, so it is permissible to appoint two leaders, imamain, for the Muslims within one state. Wow. This man is much ahead of what we say. Mawardi, he says, even in one Muslim state, there could be two head of states. And he says, this is better than fasad or fitna or fighting among the Muslims. Then he has this great book, Qiyasul Umam Fit Qiyasis Zulm, a really horrific Arabic but you learn too much from this book. So this is worth reading again. This period we consider as an interregnum without an oral imam for the Muslims. Moreover, he says, if the two imams agree to appoint another one, a third one over them, then this is also okay. So this man anyway is talking up one Muslim state which has two heads, which has two imams, which has two caliphs. But he says, no, it is not good, by the way, to fight. That's fitna, that's fasad. He has put some conditions to appoint an imam. Number one is that's to appoint more than one imam. Okay? He says one part of the state is separated from the rest. How far away is Indonesia, say, from Pakistan or the Middle East? We know. One imam cannot govern the whole state because it is so big in size. And because a non-Muslim state is situated between the main Muslim state and the rest of the state, or the state has expanded so much. So these are the four conditions. Okay, you can make it into three, but these are basically four as he has written. And he says these are the conditions for what plurality of Muslim head of states, or plurality or multiplicity of what head of states. And he says that it is permissible then to appoint one leader for one part of the Muslim state according to the needs, and appoint another one for the other part of the state. Let us now talk about how San'ani is interpreting the hadith, the famous hadith which says, whoever left obedience to the Imam and separated from the community and then died, then he is a death. His is a death of what? A pagan, in ignorance. I mean, all these people, the Daeshin, they're always talking to you and they bring in this hadith. So let us dig deep into this hadith. San'ani argues that the hadith is Yamani, San'ani, the author of Subul al-Salam. He says, what does it mean to say left obedience? He says, it means obedience to the caliph with whom there is agreement, there is bi'at. And the implication here is that the caliph referred to here is what? That of a particular region. Oh, so he's not, by the way, saying that there has to be one head of state for the whole Muslim world. He says particular region, every region could have a different head of state. Because the people have never agreed on a single caliph in all the lands of Islam since the time of the Abbasid state. He is talking what we say historically, the correct position, that the people of every region were independent with someone over there appears. What does Shawkani say about this issue? He says as far when Islam spread and its territories expanded and its regions became distant, then it is known that in all these regions, loyalty was given to an imam or sultan. So there is no harm in the multiplicity of imams and sultans. He has this book, As-Sailul Jarrar. And great Imam Ghazali, who died in 505 and who was a great student of Juwayni. What does he say in this book? Faisal al-Tafriqa Bain al-Islam wa al-Zandiqa. He says, we pay no attention to those who exaggerate the matter of imamate and equate recognition of the imam with faith in God and his messenger. So he says, no, it is not a basic tenet, a basic principle of Islamic faith that we must have an imam. He says, no, I don't agree with people who say this is. Okay? Now there is a big question here. How should the caliph or imam be chosen? Now this is another question. The first question was, could we have more or one or more? And the great scholar said, no, yes, we should have more. Now the question here is, how should they be selected or elected? Mawardi, of course, has his own method. He says there are two methods here. By the election of Ahlul Hill wal Iqad means the state's representative of consultation and those in power. And the second is by the delegation of the previous imam. So these are basically the precedents that he has seen when Abu Bakr or Umar or Uthman or Ali were appointed. And then he says that, and how many people from Ahlul Hill wal Iqad are needed to elect the caliph? Mawardi mentions that Muslim Jews have difference of opinion. So one group, he says, that it can only be conferred by the way of the majority. So if there are 5 Ahlul Hill wal Iqad, all of them get together, and then the majority decide who should be the caliph. Now, this is his opinion. Mawardi argues that this madhab is rejected by the oath of allegiance to Abu Bakr. He says, no, how was Abu Bakr appointed is a bit different, because he was elected only by those who were present. So all the Ahlul Hilli wal Iqad today had to be brought together. The question is, if they are not brought together, what will happen? Okay. So he was elected only by those who were present when Abu Bakr was appointed. Another group, he says, that the minimum number of persons that should agree on the imamat is 5 only, or that it should be formed by one of them with the agreement of 4. One says, I appoint Mr. So and so to be the caliph, and the 4 says, okay, so this is what we say, he will be declared as the imam. Again, Mawardi mentions that the evidence provided by this group of ulama is that the oath of allegiance to Abu Bakr was made by 5 persons together, and that the people followed them in this matter. The second proof of these ulama is that Umar set up a council of 6 persons so that one of them should take on the imamat with the acceptance of the other. Mawardi stated that according to the ulama of Kufa, the imamat comes into being by way of 3 persons, one of them taking charge by way of the acceptance of the other 2, such that there is one who decides the matter together with 2 witnesses, and he is doing some qiyas on the contract of marriage, which requires the wali, okay, of the person, the lady, plus 2 witnesses, at least 2 witnesses. Finally, Mawardi mentions the opinion of another group that says it comes about by way of a single person, as Abbas said to Ali, may the pleasure of Allah be on both of them. Reach out your hand so that I may make allegiance to you. See, he said just there was one person who shook hand with Ali, who was Abbas, the Prophet's uncle, and it was done. We are still, by the way, talking about this, and we are now talking of what we say, what does Shah Waliullah Dehlawi, who died in 762 AD, or what we call CE, the Christian era, that is the 18th century. What does he say? He has written Izalatul Khafa and Khilafatul Khulafa. It's 4-volume book. It's in Persian, but it has been translated into many, many languages. It's a great, by the way, reading and a great book. He says there are 4 methods to choose the imam. He has basically discussed every method to understand possible from Islamic history about this. A caliph can be chosen in one of the 4 ways. First method is Ahlul Hilli wal Iqad. They pledge their allegiance to what? To one person, and he is the imam. But it is not necessary that all of them should get together. He says, no, it is difficult to bring all of them together, okay? Because it is not possible today. And he says the bi'ah of 1 or 2 person is also not enough for this purpose, because Umar ibn Khattab had stated in his last sermon that Muslims should abstain from bi'ah of a person whose bi'ah was done by someone without the opinion of Muslims. I mean, if one is just doing it, he says, no, it doesn't represent all the Muslims. He says that Abu Bakr was chosen when Ahlul Ilm wal Iqad pledged their allegiance to them. The second method, he says, is that the caliph may designate a person who fulfills all the conditions of a caliph and ask Muslims about his designation, and that he be obeyed. It would be mandatory for the people to pledge their allegiance to him. Umar ibn Khattab was appointed as a caliph in this way, he says. The third method is that the existing caliph appoints a council and of the people who fulfill all the conditions of becoming a caliph, and mention that one of them is appointed as the caliph by the rest. This method was used in the appointment of Uthman ibn Affan. And Umar had selected a group of 6 people to appoint the caliph. The group appointed Abdul Rahman ibn Auf to select the caliph, who appointed Uthman ibn Affan. He appointed him as the caliph. Fourthly and finally is that when the caliph dies and someone takes over as the caliph without the pledge of allegiance by the Ahlul Ilm wal Iqad, or without being appointed by the previous caliph, and get support from the people around him because of love and affection. Or there is another thing here in the fourth method. He subdues all the people by force. Although there is no bloodshed, but he says, if you fight, you will be killed. Such a person will become the caliph. So he has now put all the things, by the way, that are also visible in the Islamic political history together. He opens and people must abide by his decrees if these be according to Islamic law. So even a man who forces others, subdues others by force, and takes over as the caliph, the head of state, he should be obeyed as long as he is following Islamic law and ruling according to Islamic law. Why is this good? Because bloodshed will be a fitna, and a lot of people will be killed. He says that the fourth method has two types. There are two variants in the fourth method. The one who takes over fulfills the qualities to be a caliph, and without committing any unlawful act prevents his opponents from any resistance through peaceful means and proper planning. He says this is allowed under necessity. Okay? الضرورات تبيح المحظورات والضرورة تقدر بقدرها. The Caliph of Muawiyah, the Khilafat of Muawiyah bin Abi Sufyan, after the death of Ali and the truce with Imam Hassan, was of this nature. This is his opinion. And he says the second type is that the one who takes over does not even fulfill the qualities and conditions of what a caliph. And he subdues his opponents through fighting and through the commission of unlawful act. Now he says this is forbidden in Islamic law, haram. And the person doing it is committing a sin. Question here is, should we obey him or not? He says, nevertheless, his orders that are according to Islam must be accepted. His revenue officials can collect zakat from the people, and the decisions of his appointed judges will be binding as well. And in addition, Muslims can join him to wage a jihad against infidels. Dehlavi argues that since such type of a caliph was legal under the doctrine of necessity, he should not be removed because his removal may lead to bloodshed and fitna and fasad, which must be avoided. He says, moreover, it is not certain whether his removal will be good or whether his successor will be even worse. There he states that Abdul Malik ibn Marwan and the first of the Abbasid caliphs got imamat in this way, that such a caliph shall be disobeyed only when he issues orders that are against Islamic law. He has mentioned the phrase kufran bawaha. See, if they openly declare salat infidelity kufr, then of course Muslims are not supposed to obey such a khalifa. Otherwise they have to. Such a caliph may be fought, or people may rebel against him if he does something that amounts to infidelity openly. Now we are just coming to the final thought. The question here is today, we have a lot of scholars who have written on whether democracy and shura are compatible or not compatible. And since we have very little time today, so we cannot dwell into what we say that compatibility issue. But I'm just telling you the final thoughts about that. But the operational aspects, one finds neither any guidance nor any direction in whatever is written by lots of political thinkers who were part of what we say some parties either in the Middle East or in the West Africa or somewhere else, say Maududi here in our country and somewhere else. So they were part of some political parties. These thinkers, they wrote lots of literature and they gave their ideas, and they were arguing most of the time that democracy today is exactly what was Shura yesterday. And the problem here is they just didn't, by the way, tell us. They didn't link the dots that are available today in what we say democracy, the way we vote today. Is this exactly, by the way, choosing the caliph or choosing the head of state? Is this compatible? Is this okay in Islamic law or not? So I would say there are certain missing links, certain missing dots that they had to connect. And unfortunately, they were unable to collect. I mean, there is this big article of mine on this. And we are still awaiting the details of Islamic model of democracy from what all our scholars, and most of them have, of course, passed away. Once the details are available, other Muslim thinkers will definitely attack it. So once we get these details of their democracy, we will be talking about it, scrutinizing it as per the injunctions of Islam. In the meanwhile, what are we doing? All the Muslims, even those thinkers, have to adopt the so-called Western-style democracy. Election 4 years, election 5 years. Today you rule this party, tomorrow the other party will rule. It's stuff like that. You take the country this way, the other party is taking it that way. I mean, that type of democracy, introduced in the West, of course, is followed by the Muslim states to some extent. In other words, It is the nation-state system that has to be followed by Muslims and non-Muslims alike. Interestingly, Islamists all over the world participate and work under the Western-style democracies and talk up Islamization of existing laws rather than dismantling and replacing the Western model of democracies. They haven't come up with the model, by the way, okay? The good model here of how does, by the way, Islam justify today's democracies and stuff. In fact, they are just doing what the Western democracies are doing. You understand? One party is emphasizing on the economy, the other is emphasizing on, by the way, something else, welfare and stuff like that. People vote them here, people vote them tomorrow, out tomorrow. And tomorrow is, by the way, election in one of the big Muslim countries, of course, that is Bangladesh. And same thing here in our country, and of course in Indonesia. Today this party rules, the other day that party rules. There is a lot, of course, to discuss, but of course I have to say I will agree with Imam Ghazali, who says, do we have, as Muslim, do we have to establish one Muslim state under one caliph? And the answer, of course, is no. This is not part of faith. It's not part of Iman. This is not part of Aqidah. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience. And here is the SSRN link from which you understand this article as well as many other articles could be downloaded by anyone who wants it. And here I have to sign up. And if there are questions, I'm available. And I guess I have taken a bit more time, but I'm sorry. I hope this was okay, and the organizer will understand what, pardon me for that. Thank you very much, please.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Munir. And yes, indeed, we received so many questions, Prof. And please do not worry on that. We will give the question later on to you, and then we will post it in our community platforms, so all of our audience here can continue the discussion in the community platforms. However, perhaps, Prof, we can address one questions because the time is very limited. So allow me to pick one question, Prof. And we do hope that it is representing the other participants. But please do not worry, to other participants who already asked the question, we will give the question to Professor Munir later on. All right. So the questions is coming from Dr. Khalid Hussein. So the question is, how relevant are these non-statist and ethical readings of Islamic political theory for Muslim minorities living with the secular or pluralist nation states today, Prof?
Basically, in a typical Muslim state, minorities were super happy. I'm just quoting you an incident, you understand, from the time of Umar. There is this book, which is 5 volumes, which is Kitab As-Sir al-Kabir, and it is always available with Sharh. Sharh Kitab As-Sir al-Kabir by Imam Muhammad ibn Hassan al-Shaybani. Remember, the top advisor, a top judge himself, and a top academician, and a top disciple of Abu Hanifa, writing an Islamic international law here in 5 volumes, in the 2nd century. He receives a letter from his his custom officer at the border with the with the Roman Empire. And he says, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, we got a problem. You have told us to charge custom duties to the non-Muslim, by the way, businessmen who buy goods and bring it over to the border and take it away. And we charge them as per your, decree, 10% per year. Now we got another problem here. These non-Muslim businessmen, they bring in what? Pigs, tanazir, as well as what? As well as alcohol. From the Muslim state of Umar. Umar is ruling the super state. They bring these commodities, and the custom officers thought that we have to tax, by the way, perhaps normal commodity, normal merchandise, normal things, not these things. But I'm just asking is, what did Umar say? Umar said, you know what? Umar said, my battery is, by the way, weaker now, so I have to rush to the point to charge the battery as well. Umar didn't say destroy these khinzir and the what we say, no, or the alcohol. He said, ask them, how much did you pay for them? He asked them, he told the custom officer, ask these people how much did they pay for these things, and takes them accordingly. The point I'm trying to make is from this letter, which is available quote and unquote, and you find it in Kitab al-Khiraj as well of Abu Yusuf. What you find is there are minorities in the Muslim state of Umar who are exporting alcohol, producing them and exporting them, who are keeping khanazir and exporting them even at the time of Umar. What I'm just trying to say is, even the minorities at the time of Umar enjoyed very good by the way time. So all the minorities are duly protected by any Muslim state. They have their rights, guaranteed to them. Today, every Muslim state has got a constitution. And in the constitution, there is always fundamental rights chapter. And in the fundamental rights chapter, there must always be at least one or two provisions regarding what the minorities. Otherwise, every Western state is going to say, oh, this state, called Indonesia or Pakistan, are not, by the way, protecting their minorities. And we cannot do it. So what we do is normally we always try to protect them very well. I mean, in our country, they are building their churches. The Hindus are building their temples. And the state is spending on the maintenance of what those things. Aurangzeb Alamgir, at the time when he was ruling in India, had been spending from he is the most spiritual of all the kings that ruled India. And India at that time meant Pakistan of today and Bangladesh of today, and all the 8 states that are today small and big. That man had to pay from the state's budget, from the state, by the way, treasury, to maintain, you understand, all the temples, all the churches, and the temples of the Jain community and the Hindus. No problem at all. I guess this will be the answer, you understand, to the question I got, and I hope this is the only question, as I was told, and perhaps there may be more questions, but the time doesn't permit us. Maybe yes, please, you're welcome. If there is another relevant question, please.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Munir. Thank you so much. And yes, for the rest of the questions, we will give it to you, and then hope that you can write it back to us, and then we can post it in our community platforms.
Thank you so much. And I have to sign up as well, because I have to take my little daughter to the school.
Yeah. So is it possible to have the token of appreciation first, Professor Munir?
Please.
Yeah,
please.
okay, all right. So thank you so much once again. And as the recognitions from the ICISMA committee, we would like to give this token of appreciations to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Munir. So in this occasion, we would like to welcome Dr. Muladi Mugni LC LLM from Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Please welcome to give the token of appreciations to our keynote speaker today. Please welcome Dr. Muladi.
Assalamualaikum, Professor Muhammad Munir. How are you?
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my very good friend.
Nice to meet you again.
Welcome.
It is a privilege to extend on behalf of As-Syafiiyah Islamic University, Jakarta, our sincere appreciation to our esteemed speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Munir, for his illuminating lecture from the state of the Khalifah to the nation state, the transformation of Islamic legal politics. And for your information, all participants, actually Professor Munir is widely recognized for his scholarship in Sharia and law. For me personally, he was also my teacher during my graduate studies at the International Islamic University Islamabad. And I remain deeply grateful for his guidance and intellectual example. Thank you very much. And also we're especially thankful that he accepted our invitation at short notice and nonetheless deliver a presentation of great clarity and depth.
Thank you so much.
Professor Munir, please accept our deepest gratitude for your valuable contribution and for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, and please email it to me. Thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Munir, and also Dr. Muladi. Thank you so much. Jazakumullah khairan. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us continue to our next agenda, which is the keynote speaker, the next keynote speaker. And already here with us also, Dr. Hamdan Zulfa, SHMH, as the former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia, already joining us. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Hamdan. All right. Okay. So I think Dr. Hamdan is all right. Let me check once again. Okay, so I think it is not yet in the Zoom right now. So let us see whether our next keynote speaker is already here with us. Okay, so I think for Professor Halik, let me check once again. Okay, well, hold on. Okay, so Professor Halik Ahmad from IAUM also not yet in the Zoom. So let us wait for a while. So meanwhile, waiting for the committee trying to contact with Dr. Hamdan, because previously I think I saw him in the Zoom. So let us the committee contact Dr. Hamdan, and then while also we are trying to reach our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Halik Ahmad. All right, so while waiting, just wait for a minute, please. Okay, so I think since Dr. Hamdan is not yet in the Zoom, and we just noticed that Professor Halik Ahmad is already here with us, the committee can give the access first. Yes. Assalamualaikum, Professor Halik.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Prof. It is quite in advance for your keynote speech session. However, we can continue to your session first, Prof, and then get back to the second keynote speaker after your sessions. Is it okay, Prof? So your turn first.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
12:25.
Yeah. So yeah, actually we have Dr. Hamdan, but unfortunately, Dr. Hamdan, I think, still ongoing to our Zoom meeting. So that's why we are trying to move your sessions to current time. Is it okay, Prof?
Okay, then upload
Okay.
my slides. You want
All
me
right.
to upload from here?
We already have the slide, right?
Okay.
Yeah, the committee already have the slide. All right, so Professor Halik, so we would like also to welcome once again officially to our next keynote speaker. Please welcome Professor Dr. Halik Ahmad from International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, International Islamic University, Malaysia, IIUM. And before Professor Halik Ahmad delivering his keynote speech, so allow me to read his profile first. Professor Dr. Halik Ahmad bin Muhammad Israel is a distinguished professor at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilizations, IIUM, Malaysia. With decades of academic and also research experience, he is widely recognized for his expertise in Islamic economics, Islamic management, sustainable development, and the integration of the ethical and spiritual values into contemporary economic systems. So he is also actively engaged in a collaborative research and cross-culture dialogue, contributing to global effort in promoting ethical frameworks in economics and governance based on the Maqasid al-Sharia and civilization's values. Professor Dr. Halik Ahmad remained a prominent voice in shaping thought leadership at the intersections of Islam, economics, and also global sustainability. So it is an honor, and also we are very grateful to have you, Professor Halik Ahmad. And now the time for you to deliver the keynote speech, and then we will help you in sharing the screen. Thank you so much, and the time is yours, Prof.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning, is afternoon already there. So I would like to see that, okay, there are a lot of people who are asking me to allow them to admit. Is it the admin? I am the one who has to do it.
It will be the committee, Prof. No worries. Yeah.
Okay, it's like this. If you don't mind, I upload my file.
Yes. Yes, Prof.
I have little modified it.
Oh, okay.
After
All right.
sending
No
to
worries.
you. So you ask the
Okay.
person in charge to disconnect, then I upload my file.
Okay. Okay, Prof.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Can you see?
Yes, Prof. So, yeah. Now,
Okay,
yes. Okay.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this forum today. International Conference on the Synergy of Islamic Multidisciplinary Approaches. And my topic basically is ESG and the impacts on the nations, including the Muslim countries. Basically, the idea is for SDG 14, managing the sea and ocean. So the world below the water is a very important, and more when we talk about Malaysia, which is surrounded from three sides by water and sea, and forget about Indonesia. Actually, the Indonesia is all around in the sea anyway. So the life below the water is very important for all of us. So this is under the ESG, which is environment, social and governance issue, which is an international and global agenda under the United Nations. And they have split this. Originally, there were 8 Millennium Development Goals, MDG 18. And because the idea they started discussing in the 1990s, and then they were thinking coming the 2020, then what should be the agenda for the global development under the United Nations Development Program. But later on, they keep on adding and adding until they come to a realization that the millennial already started 20,001. So they said, okay, we better change it to SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, instead of MDG, but altogether become 17 goals. I think this is not something new for you. We are living already into that for last 25, 26 years. And the target to achieve was basically by 2030. Unfortunately, we are not there. Perhaps there is progress in one SDG, not in another. Some SDGs, they are very much 70, 80% achieved. Some of them only 10, 25%. So environment and social and governance is very important issue affecting every country, poor or rich, Muslim and non-Muslim, everybody. So what I am going to do is that I have couple of agenda today: motivation and context, the definitions, threats and pressure. Then what is this United Nations SDG 14 actually? Then strategies, cases, and initiatives. So you can see that as we know that almost 2/3 or maybe more is the ocean, the water globally, and 1/3 perhaps is the landed area, the Earth's surface. So oceans are basically largest part of our global setup, which is our basically source of bread and butter, livelihood, and everything. And this provides the resources like the seafoods, medicinal values, then source of energy, everything. And this is something that we have to look for it. And our coastal system must be important for that. So in terms of motivation, what really asked us to, why should we do the study? And this is where we can see why it matters. Oceans cover 70% of the Earth, serving as vital buffers against storm damage, acting as the planet's largest carbon sink. They are the essential for climate regulation, providing. Similarly, the current status is worrisome, with nearly 17 million metric tons of rubbish that we throw into oceans. The marine life faces unprecedented pressure from 30% increased acidity and rapid habitat loss. So, with sustainable fish stocks declining to 64-65% now. So the objective was this overview underscores the significance of ocean sustainability, why we should manage below the water world. Because if it is not, then every one of us having the problem. In terms of the definitions, I think ocean sustainability is defined as the responsible management of marine resources to deliver social and economic benefits while rigorously safeguarding ecosystem integrity. This approach integrates to the idea of so-called blue economy, green technology, if we are supposed to talk about sustainable utilization of the oceanic resources for growth with the system perspective that maps the complex interaction among the ecology, industrial activity, governance, by viewing the ocean not merely as a resource pool, but as a dynamic system requiring resilience. We can better understand how human activities disrupt the balance, leading the habitat loss and biodiversity decline, and ultimately design more effective interventions. So now this is basically the very broader idea and concept for the ocean sustainability. Now you see the khazana from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala given to human, it is subject and the brings of the collapse. So this is the damage that we are doing to our ocean. So it has reduced actually in terms of the available seafoods, in terms of the fishes going down from 90% to 64% in last 5 years. And I suspect it may have gone further down. But the more acidic things, chemicals, etc., that we are discharging into the ocean, and this is contributing to the factor that is beyond the, understanding today. So the key threats to the ocean sustainability. Now you see the picture and also here, the plastic pollution, overfishing. Every country is trying to manage, but we cannot stop it. And certain countries have the law, for example, Australia, the fishing of the ikan paus or the whales is restricted, but Japanese, they intrude into it because Japanese, they serve the shark fins into their hotels as one of the very special menu on high demand. So this is something which is, of course, always there is a national territory and disputes between the countries because of this. Oceans have become 30% more acidic since pre-industrial times, threatening classifying organisms, rising sea temperatures and levels. So this is something that is very, so the idea that comes along that ESG, which is actually the backbone of this 17 SDGs, which have the environmental issues, which have a social life and social living, and then of course the leadership and the governments, and then the companies, executives, etc. All of them, they need to be able to think together. For example, that social living, companies, they have the supply chain, they have the employees, they have the suppliers, they have the communities, and eventually the customers that we have to do it. In terms of the governance, if you take the company, we can also look into the board of governors, the CEO, the leadership. These are the stakeholders. But if we take the government in terms of the elected governments and parliamentary system and the democratic setup, they have the cabinets and they have the ministries relevant to deal with the idea of fair and corruption-free governance to make sure that the system sustains. Okay, so now the issue is there are SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 4 until SDG 17. So the idea for the ocean actually and managing the life below the water is under Sustainable Development Goal number 14. Linking threats to global policy, we analyze the specific targets and agreements driving actions. Targets, under each goals, there are certain targets and there are certain initiatives which has been taken by relevant government agencies and the stakeholders. For example, under the SDG 14, the targets number 14.1 and 14.2, which talks about 14.1 aims to prevent and significantly reduce marine pollution of all kinds, particularly from land-based activities. Actually, those countries which are landlocked, like Central Asian countries, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and many, they are landlocked countries. Afghanistan, they have no access to the sea and water, but they have the rivers. And through the rivers, then the supply of all these pollutants goes into the ocean somehow. But the major challenge actually is for countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, that are oceanic, Indian oceanic countries. They have the huge coastal area which is linked to the land and country. So how should we prevent and reduce these marine pollutions of all kinds? 14.2 is basically focuses on sustainability, managing and protecting the marine and coastal ecosystem to avoid the significant adverse impacts. I was in Unisula as a visiting professor, and one day the rain came. Now the whole institution gone underwater. Jakarta is another living example. I was in Jakarta on 21st January for a conference there. And then the water came. Your vice president was invited there as a guest. And he cannot make it because he has to run to the flooded areas to, marshal all the resources the government could have to safeguard the life and property of the people. So Jakarta is another living example. So in that situation, these targets that need to be achieved faster, better. So target 14.4, which is actually the supply and the lifeline for the human lives, which is fisheries management. This target mandates effective regulation of harvesting and an end to overfishing. It aims to restore fish stocks in the shortest time feasible to levels that can produce the maximum sustainable yield. Certain countries, actually, fishing industry is the source of living. I was in Maldives and I know how important is the fisheries and fishing industries. I think the maximum supply of the tuna fish comes from the Maldives, and the Malay is all surrounded by the water. And I think beside the tourism, the major source of their living comes through the exports of the fish catches from the ocean in the Maldives. So fisheries management, that's very important for that. And I know the government there, they got so many regulations. You cannot do the fishing with the nets. You have to go and catch the fish with the rods. So small boat, the fishermen go into the sea, and from there they use the rod to catch the fish. And that's what they exports. Japanese, Singaporean ships are waiting in the ocean. So these catches are immediately handed over to them, and there is already a market and the customers ready to accept whatever catches we have there. Then the global governance, the water boundary is very difficult to maintain. Land boundary, yes, we can put no man's land, we can put the fencing, we can guard our borders. But when it comes to the water, that's very difficult. So we may have to have some international agreements, the key frameworks that include the agreement on port state, measures to combat fishing, and new high seas treaties. These must be legally binding to all the nation states. Otherwise, if one stops, other doesn't stop, then is going to create a problem for the others. Okay, now Islamic traditions have been providing the timeless moral canvas for stewardship and sustainable living. Islam is a religion that emphasizes the role of its followers to protect and preserve the creation of Allah. Land, sea, mountain, all these are the big creations by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and given to the mankind for livelihood, for the life as well as livelihoods, including the oceans, sea, rivers. They are the lifeline for the people. The core values for Islamic economic are based on the divine orientation that's based on morality, humanness, and moderation. This tradition explicitly prevents actions that could damage, destroy, or cause harm, fasad on the earth. That's why the ayah of the Quran says, Zahar al-fasadu fil barri wal bahri bima kasbat aydin nas wa ya'fu an kathir. There is a lot of fasad done by the human and their two hands. So in that case, most of those things, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want to recompensate, then we would be in trouble. Allah tends to forgive us. So the foundational teaching from Quran and Sunnah command the preservation of natural resources. What is the natural resources Allah has given to us? Allah says, okay, eat and drink, but waste not. Allah gave us for use, but Allah doesn't like the people who do the israf, excesses, crossing the limits. Quran, Surah Al-Araf. On preventing corruption and harm. And not only that, we don't do, we also prevent the people from not doing it because one's action affects the other's life. So preventing this corruption and do not cause corruption on the earth. when it has been set in an order. And again, this is from same surah, ayah 56. On water conservation, the Prophet ﷺ said, don't waste water even if you are on a running river. Sunan Ibn Majah. So all these are the Islamic guidelines for someone who cares. True power is unlocked when ESG, which is again environment, social and governance, modern structure, is guided by Islam's moral activity and clarity. ESG provides the how, data-driven metrics, standardized reporting frameworks, governance and accountability structures, access to capital market. Islamic ethics provides why, a divine mandate for stewardship, vicegerent of Allah, Khalifatullah on earth, a moral imperative to prevent fasad from the earth, deep cultural renaissance for over 1.8 billion Muslim population globally. So we should accept and demonstrate our role being the Khalifatullah and being the vicegerent of Allah on the earth, and don't leave the system that Allah has made based on the adl wa al-ihsan. So we should have this integrated approach of both. And now there are certain examples, living examples from Muslim as well as non-Muslim countries which have the huge coastal life. Indonesia, of course, is one of the largest Muslim country, not the one, rather the only Muslim largest country at present time. They have taken initiative of blue economy, the roadmap to combining economic goals with ecosystem health supported by youth-led environmental NGOs. And the target is 2045. We have another Muslim country, United Arab Emirates. The Sustainable Fisheries Program uses regulations and new technology like biofog to ensure sustainable seafood production and preserve marine life. We have another Muslim country, I would say rather, the only Muslim country in the world which is 100% Muslim. Indonesia, Malaysia, others, we are all Muslim countries, but we still have the others. But Maldives, for your information, is the country by law. If you denounce the faith, you are not Muslim, you cease to be a Maldivian, as if you lose your nationality if you say you are not Muslim. So if you can see only non-Muslim in those countries, there are ambassadors, foreign mission, etc. But local, nobody is by law a Maldivian if they are not Muslim. So the only Muslim, 100% Muslim nation is implementing a coastal protection, elevated infrastructure and coral restoration while demanding the global climate justice. In the United States, if there is any issue on the environmental, especially the Maldives would stood first in the United Nations to asking the favor from the people not to allow the rising sea water level. Otherwise, they will be tenggelam next day. And now we have also the other countries like the Catholic countries, the Philippines. They also have this eco park, etc. So securing our oceans requires coordinated action from every part of the society. I think time is running out, so I can just list this. The governments have responsibility, businesses have responsibilities, NGOs and civil society had the responsibility. Beside all, I as an individual have my own responsibilities too. So what are the barriers and challenges? So these are the significant barriers that still block us, hinder our effective global collaboration on ocean health. So you can see the weak enforcement, the financing and funding gaps for the projects, knowledge deficit, conflicting interest, fragmented data. So these are the governance issues. The university is supposed to create the knowledge base by research. Then we must have the resolution of the conflicts if there are conflicting interests between countries, between groups, between individuals. And then we should have a proper databases to manage it. So a strategic roadmap can overcome these barriers and accelerate collaborative access. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 1 is strengthen enforcement mechanisms, increase and align the funding incentives, tax incentives, etc. by the funding agencies. Promote sharing knowledge, like I'm sharing over here today. Harmonize the goals. Sometimes the different goals, industrial development goals, and also saving this environment, they do not go hand in hand. So we have to harmonize. Establish the data hubs. This would be the strategy. So strategies and intervention, we need to have technology development, we have to have community engagement, we have to have the economic instruments for this. So based on that, I actually, one of them who have written a book, we propose from ISTAC, SDG 18, to embed our shared values at the heart of the global development agenda. The idea of this research and publication was that we should have an additional SDG, and we propose to be called is SDG 18. What this SDG is actually the title you see, SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, by introducing the spirituality, the values, and the culture, especially the Muslim and Islamic faith, even the other faith like Catholics, etc. They all have the spiritual do's and don'ts that support. So if we have all the SDG 18, but there is a lacking of the spirituality and values and culture of caring, all these SDG will not succeed. So for that purpose, we realize that there is a need to have the one SDG 18. So this is the book title that I can show you here, which has been published by the STAG and being actually discussed in many institutions, including some people also brought this book into the United Nations during the discussion. So with that, I would say that research, we need to have the next step to move forward. We must systematically address gaps in the research, education, and policy execution. Our research priorities is there is an urgent need for centralized data hubs to bridge information silos and support evidence, teaching and outreach, which is knowledge sharing, and then policy recommendations, which is the government's job to discuss in the House of the People, the Parliament and assemblies, to come up with the right policies to govern the system. Otherwise, everybody is going to pay the price. For that, thank you very much. And I would like to say again, thank you for the time and attention, even though it was shock for me to begin earlier, but we hope that it is enough to share the knowledge. And back to the moderator. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jazakallahu khairan, Professor Khalik Ahmad. And also, thank you so much for willing to be moved to in advance time for your keynote speech. And also, actually, Professor Khalik, we received several questions, but due to the time limitation, we can only address one. And for the rest of the question, we will email to you, and then hopefully that you can answer it, and then we will post it in our community platform, Professor Khalik. All
My
right.
pleasure.
All right, Prof. So we have one question, Prof, and it's coming from the colleague, Amna Nazar. So the question is, this is interesting. To what extent do the principle of the Maqasid al-Sharia, the objective of Sharia, overlap with modern ESG standards and where do they diverge? And how can Islamic finance, zakat, wakaf, and sukuk be innovatively restructured to meet social and environmental goals within the ESG framework? I think that's two questions, Prof, from one
Actually, I
person.
think maybe the first part of our question, but now Barzanji is going to speak tomorrow, ask him, because he is the director of the Maqasid Institute.
Ah, yes, Dr. Zaid.
But
Dr. Zaid,
nevertheless, we have
yes,
the
exactly.
actually the Sharia and the Maqasid. One is the, I mean, 5 very clear Maqasid: preservation of the life, preservation of the family institution, preservation of the religion, etc., etc. All these 5 maqasid always remain unchanged. Whereas the Sharia is a very dynamic, because what is Sharia in Indonesia is not necessarily the Sharia in the Pakistan or Sharia into the Kyrgyzstan or in the Arab world, because Sharia is always very contextual. So there is always an issue of the text and context. The text is the revelation, which is Quran and Hadith by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the context is basically our countries. We have certain countries, we have certain situations, and we do have a fiqh and usulul fiqh experts who will give the decree and fatwa that what works well, what doesn't work. But maqasid will remain always there. So preservation of the life is one of the important maqasids. And now I'm talking about the life, but not necessarily the whole, perhaps below the water. So there is an important, and that directly relates to the one of the maqasid. So that is something to be looked at it. Now she is talking about the Islamic finance, and especially the Islamic social finance. Because Islamic finance nowadays is also a big question mark, and many people are raising the concerns. But the issue is, if it is a business, business of the business is business, because businesses are established for profit making. So when we have the commercial Islamic banks, their fundamental motivation and objective is to make a profit. So from the financing activities, they really do not bother about the corporate social responsibilities, even though they are calling themselves Islamic, but they are guided with the profit ventures. So projects, etc., where they will see the profitability, only they will come forward. But when it comes to the Islamic social finance, I'm not talking about sukuk, I'm not talking about the commercial, but I'm talking social finance. So zakat, awqaf, etc. I think we refer back to the experts and the fuqaha, Islamic scholars, to see the need of the time, because Islamic social finance is meant for, I would say, for the social goods, which benefits everybody. So whether the waqaf fund or zakat or sadaqat can be used for some community development programs. So in that situation, perhaps there would be an idea to use these Islamic social finance instruments to help, like I gave the strategies there, the governments, the NGOs, the organization to sit together, because this is the survival of everybody, and then try to work out and bring the social financing institutions in place. And I know that Indonesia is leading the way in Islamic social finance. Malaysia, we got it, but Malaysia is more like talking about Islamic banking and finance and securitization, etc., which is more commercial in nature. And sukuk, we are actually using more for that activities. So idea here is, yes, very interesting question, but perhaps it needs a different lecture, that how can we mobilize the Islamic finance instruments and Islamic finance agencies to come to help and achieve this one of the maqasid Sharia, which is for survival of the man and humanity at large. So I think this is what I would precisely like to respond to the question. But take a note, very good question and very important issue to be addressed perhaps next time, inshallah.
Inshallah.
The
Thank you.
maqasid one, that's what I gave. Maqasid you can keep for Barzanji tomorrow.
Yeah,
when he will
tomorrow.
speak. You can repeat the question there again, inshallah.
Inshallah. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Khalik Ahmad, for giving such we have also many comments related with your presentations, which is a very thought-provoking, Prof. So because it's really related with the current situation that we are facing in this digital era and everything where technology is rapidly developing.
I see here in the chat room, there are many.
Exactly, yes. All right,
Let
Prof.
me try to answer quickly one or two of them.
Is it possible, Prof? We will send it to you because we have one more keynote speaker.
All right. Yeah. Like previous time, then I spent almost half day writing the almost like a small article on this.
Mashallah. All right.
Okay.
Mashallah. Thank you so much, Professor Khalik, and we do apologize for this time limitations, but perhaps for the next agenda or the next upcoming collaboration, we can certainly invite you again, Professor Khalik. It is an honor for us.
Okay, make dua for life longevity, for life, inshallah. You know, I am retired life now, so I do not know how long I am still active, but still, alhamdulillah, contributing my part. Make dua for me.
Yes, thank you so much, Prof. And this is the time for the appreciation moment, Prof. So as the recognition and also the appreciation from the ICISMA organizing committee, we would like to give this special token of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Khalik Ahmad. And in this occasion, we would like to welcome Dr. Rohmat Adi Yulianto, LC LLM, as the Vice Rector 1 of the Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah to give this token of appreciations. To Dr. Rohmat.
Thank you. My pleasure. I accept it. Just send me through the email or maybe WhatsApp. Sure.
All right. Yes, please welcome Dr. Ahmad.
Yeah. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's a very great privilege, Professor Dr. Khalik Ahmad from International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Professor Khalik, your keynote speaker on environmental, social, and governance, and its impact, including in Muslim countries, has been both timely and deeply enlightening. You have helped us understand about ESG. It's not only a framework, but its ethical commitments that resonate strongly with Islamic values such as justice, responsibility, and stewardship of the earth. Your presentation skillfully connected global sustainability with the moral and civilization foundation of Islam. You remind us that Muslim societies are not only participant practice, but have rich intellectual. You mentioned in Maldives, the practice in Maldives. It reminds me when I was in Al-Azhar, I have several friends from Maldives. Of course, they have good behavior, and maybe this is the practice of Islam in ESG. And of course, on behalf of ICISMA and the organizing committee, we sincerely thank you for sharing your knowledge, your wisdom, and vision with us today. And even though we could not directly see your facial expression during the presentations, but of course, this is not any way diminish your expertise in the field of ESG in collaboration with Islamic value. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Khalik, for inspiring us today. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My pleasure. Muhammad Adi, inshallah. Terima kasih for we meet next time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Now you can see my face. Now you can see my face.
Yes, now I can see your face.
Behind me is the stack.
Yes, the architecture of the beautiful stack IIUM. Thank you so much once again, Professor Khalik Ahmad, and of course, Dr. Rohmat. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jazakumullah khairan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, so now, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to proceed with our next keynote speaker. Alhamdulillah, already here with us. already here with us the next keynote speakers, Dr. Hamdan Zulfa SHMH, as the former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Hamdan.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, finally that we can meet you, although virtually. Doctor, thank you so much for sparing your time with us. So, Doctor, before you start delivering the keynote speech, allow me to read your profile first. Okay, so Dr. Hamdan Zulfa SHMH is the former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia, serving from 2013 to 2015. So a distinguished legal scholars and practitioners, he played a key role in upholding constitutional justice and strengthening democratic governance in Indonesia. So prior to his appointment, he was actively involved in a legislative processes as a member of the Houses of Representatives, where he contributed to the lawmaking and national policy. Beyond his judicial career, Dr. Zulfa is a respected academic and public intellectual, frequently engaging in discussion on constitutional law, governance, and the rule of law in Indonesia. So once again, it is an honor to have you, Dr. Hamdan Zulfa, to be our keynote speaker in the ICISMA this year. Thank you so much. And now is the time for you to deliver the keynote speech. The time is yours, Doctor. Okay, still, you have to unmute first, Doctor. Unmute the, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Santi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ladies and gentlemen, in this time, I would like, my presentation is about moderation in the application of Sharia in Indonesia. It is case how in Muslim nation applying and implement Sharia in his country. Now my presentation is case in Indonesia, Indonesian countries. There are three approaches used for former foreign colonial countries in Muslim majority nations in implementing Sharia. In this regard, there are three approaches. The first is transplantation, an approach of adopting and applying Sharia derived directly from the Quran, Hadith, and specific schools of fiqh as national law and legislation. The second is transformation, is a gradual process of integrating Sharia and its values into national law in accordance with the prevailing socio-cultural and political conditions. The second is synchronization, is a method of implementation that involves reviewing and creating laws that are not directly contradictory to Sharia. Multidisciplinary approach, in the case of Indonesia, the first is historical aspect. Pre-colonial Dutch period, the existence of Islamic kingdoms in sultanates in Indonesia, which tend to apply Sharia. In colonial period, Sharia was marginalized through slow-growing reception in complexity theory. Previously, Islamic law existed in Indonesia as described by Van den Berg with the receptio a contrario theory, which was later reinforced by Hazairin with the receptio exit theory. The Dutch left Sharia in a weak position, recognizing only family law, al-ahwal as-Syafiiyah, and weak religious court system. The older period in 1945 to 1967 and the New Order period 1967 to 1998 and the Reformation period. It is a different method to employ to applying Sharia in the political order. And the second is social cultural aspect. The pluralistic structure of Indonesian society in terms of religion and ethnicity. Although the majority is Muslim, within Islam there are two major groups, the Abangan and Priai. This by this termination is by Gertz. The Abangan are larger in number than the Priai. Christians and other religions gained
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Hamdan. So I think, yeah, I think there is some issue in the connections, but the Zoom is still here. So let us wait for a while. Yeah. Dr. Hamdan, are you able to hear my sound?
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
Thanks,
okay, sir. Yeah.
And the second political aspect, the role of political parties and democratization in Indonesia provides a broad space of public participation and political policy. The old order and new order periods didn't provide broad room for the application of Sharia in national law in Indonesia. This is different from the Reformation period. The establishment of political parties and the strength of civil society provide extensive space for application of Sharia in Indonesia. And how the transformation of Sharia in Indonesia to national is national law. What has happened in Indonesia? An interesting process, the application of Islamic Sharia, as each period faced different challenges. In the colonial era, Sharia held a very marginal position, being recognized only in specific aspect with very weak enforcement through the acknowledgement of Sharia courts, the colonial authority which had very limited powers. From the beginning of independence until 1959, there were attempts to add transplantation. Sorry. Yeah. After the Reformation period and political change in Indonesia, with the acceptance of democracy, a massive transformation of Sharia occurred in Indonesia. This was facilitated through the role of democratic institutions, namely the people's representatives bodies, institution, and democratically elected government. In this era, almost all aspects of Sharia have been incorporated into Indonesian national law through the transformation process of forming legislation, both in the field of al-ahwalul asasiyah and the field of muamalah, civil law. Meanwhile, in the field of Jinayah, criminal law, the transformation has primarily involved incorporating universal values from Sharia into national law. However, in the field of muamalah, legal dualism based on voluntary choice is still maintained. During this era, the role of religious court has also been expanded, including the authority to adjudicate cases in the field of civil law and muamalah. The conclusion, the choice of implement Islamic Sharia through transplantation, transformation, and synchronization must be made with multidisciplinary considerations, including historical, sociocultural, and political aspects. The combination of these three approaches determines how Indonesia applies Sharia within its national legal system, ultimately choosing a path of compromise and moderation, namely through gradual transformation. This provides significant space for the application of Sharia in a way that is acceptable within Indonesian pluralistic society. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Hamdan, for your keynote speech. So once again, we would like to inform to all of the audience, if you have questions that you are going to ask to Dr. Hamdan Zulfa, so feel free to type it in the Zoom chat box, or even you can raise the hands. You can raise the hands so we can have also a live interaction, a question and answer with Dr. Hamdan Zulfa. All right. So I think the audience is still thinking, Prof, about what's the question that is going to ask to you. And yes, we have one questions. Doctor, is it okay so we can have a live questions because one of the audience raised their hands? Okay. All right. So yes, the committee can give the access to Abdul Rahman Akanbi Abdul Ganiyu. All right. So please welcome Mr. Abdul Rahman. Yes, please welcome, sir, if you want to ask the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, my name is Abdul Rahman Akambi Abdul Ghani. I'm a Nigerian, actually, but a current master student at Universitas Islam International Indonesia in Depok.
Wow.
So, though I'm not an Indonesian, but this is regarding my intellectual curiosity and perhaps some of the courses I've learned in the class here, especially as it relates to Islamic law in Indonesia. Yeah, I want to, my question is about some of the information we are hearing from Aceh, that Aceh has a separate implementation of Islamic law. So I want to know how does Indonesia as a nation manage this kind of diversity of implementation of Sharia, whereby the states, the Sharia framework in Aceh is different from what is obtainable in the national state. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, Dr. Hamdan. Yeah.
Yeah, Aceh is a special province. Provincial district is a special district in Indonesia, applying Sharia, but I think it is also limited Sharia, not all aspect of Sharia in criminal law or Jinayah. So it is very, very limited because in Aceh, criminal law is applying national criminal law, but the special aspect of Sharia applying in Aceh. So I think it is special case in Indonesia that Aceh can implement it, can implementing Sharia law, but it is also is very limited. So, but in a national level, in muamalah, in muamalah aspect, business law and private law, it is all can implement it, implementing Sharia law, but it's dependent the person, because it is depend of, because dualism of law. One case, a Muslim can choose private Islamic law, or can choose also that's a national Islamic law. There is two kind of law in aspect of private law or muamalah. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the questions, Mr. Abdul Rahman. And then yet I think we can address one more questions, Doctor, if you don't mind. So
Yes.
the questions is coming from Dr. Khalid Hussain. So he is asking first regarding the about emphasizement the moderation as a guiding principle in the application of Sharia. From constitutional perspective, how do we define the legal limits of moderations so that it doesn't become either excessive restrictions or unchecked expansions of the Sharia norms? Yes, and actually there are one more questions. So perhaps that one first, Doctor, of the limit of the moderation.
Okay. Yes, right. In Indonesian constitutional law, it is not limited to implement the Sharia, but it is depend on how the legislation process is used. Yeah, if all of member of parliament and the president like to implement the Sharia and transport to our national legislation, it is no problem. Yeah, but it is depend on how the legislation process can be used, to implement it Sharia. The process in the parliament is discussed with the plural members of parliament. So in the aspect of constitutional law, there is no limitation. Yeah, the legislation can implement it Sharia, but once again, it is depends of decision of legislatures in the parliament. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Doctor. And if you still have time, because this is coming from different countries, Doctor, if you wouldn't mind, so we can have one more question from Philippines. Is it okay, Prof?
Oh,
okay. Okay, so one more
thank you.
question from Aljudi Lukman from the Philippines. So the question is, how does the implementations of Sharia law in Indonesia regional province align with the country's secular national constitutions? And what framework exists to address tension between religious legal provision and state law?
Now, once again, in our constitution, it is not limited to implemented Sharia, but it is depend of the level of below the constitution, in the act, national act, and it is no limitation, the constitution permitted to implement Sharia, but it is depend on the legislation process. If the legislature decide to implement the Sharia through the law, it's no problem. So Indonesian Constitution is very flexible and can implement it, Sharia in the national legislature or national law. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Hamdan Zulfa, for sharing your expertise, your insight, and also your experience in the ICISMA as the keynote speaker. So now is the time for the appreciation moments. So as the appreciation and as the recognition from the ICISMA organizing committee, we would like to give this special token of appreciations to our keynote speaker, Dr. Hamdan Zulfa, SHMH. So in this occasion, we would like to welcome Dr. Heri Sukamto as the Vice Rector 2 from Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah to give this token of appreciation. So please welcome Dr. Heri Sukamto. Yes, Dr. Heri Sukamto.
Maaf ini diganti sama Efrida nih.
Okay, so please welcome Dr. Efrida to give this token of appreciation to our keynote speaker. Please welcome Ibu.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bu Santi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Hamdan, it's nice to meet you again, although this is online. First of all, our deep condolences for your late father. Belasungkawa terhadap kepergian ayah Anda. Kami mengucapkan belasungkawa yang mendalam. Everyone, Pak Hamdan Zulfa is also our valuable lecturer in Faculty of Law, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. So if you have a question further, let us know, through the Faculty of Law, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. On behalf of Committee of ICISMA, Pak Hamdan, I would like to sincerely thank you for the meaningful and thoughtful presentations. Yes, we have a challenge, ya Pak ya. Nanti how to respond to the challenge it is our duty. But so please accept this token as a symbol of our deep appreciation for your contribution. Please receive, Pak Hamdan. Thank you so much, and may Allah bless you always. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bu Frida. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Hamdan and also Dr. Efridani. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So now we would like to continue to our next agenda before the break. Yeah, because ladies and gentlemen, we hope that
Bisa dia.
okay, please kindly mute to all of the committee. Yes, thank you. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of ICISMA, so we hope that all the speeches from the keynote speaker session today certainly has bring our new perspective, a new idea, and yes, we do hope a new collaborations of research ahead. So now we will have a lunch break until 1 p.m. Jakarta time. So after the lunch break, we will continue our agenda, the academic online presentation sessions. So, and then after that, we will have the awarding sessions or awarding ceremony for the best presentations. And of course, the session chair recognitions. So once again, please do not forget to join us at the 1 p.m. Jakarta times. And thank you so much once again for your kind attention and see you in the next, I think around 52 minutes ahead. Yeah, 52 minutes ahead. Thank you so much and see you again in the same Zoom link. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much.
Selamat datang di kampus tempat berpadunya ilmu dan agama, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah merupakan warisan monumental dari seorang ulama Betawi karismatik, Kiai Haji Abdullah Syafi'i. Diawali dari Akademi Pendidikan Islam, AKPI As-Syafiiyah, pada 14 November 1965, sebagai wujud nyata dan kepedulian kepada peningkatan kualifikasi guru-guru agama serta keberpihakan kepada kaum du'afa dan dalam rangka turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa. Pada tahun 1983, UIA berkembang menjadi universitas melalui kerja keras Profesor Dr. Tuti Alawiyah ASMA dan Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini mengalami perkembangan yang cukup pesat, baik fisik maupun pengembangan secara kelembagaan dalam rangka memenuhi standar yang disyaratkan oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional. Visi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah menjadi pusat pengembangan Islam, iptek dan sumber daya insani yang unggul, integratif, serta berdaya saing global pada tahun 2035. Seiring dengan perkembangan waktu, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun terus mengembangkan diri dengan mendirikan prodi sesuai tuntutan pasar. Kini UIA memiliki 6 fakultas dengan 21 program studi, diploma 3, sarjana, magister, dan program studi doktoral dengan status terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas Agama Islam memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, terdiri dari Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi A, Pendidikan Agama Islam dan Perbankan Syariah dengan akreditasi B, serta 1 program studi magister Komunikasi Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi B. Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi Ilmu Hukum strata 1, Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Doktoral Ilmu Hukum dengan tenaga pengajar antara lain Profesor Yusril Iza Mahendra, Dr. Hamdan Julfa, dan Profesor Denny Indrayana, serta Profesor Laisa Marzuki, dan dosen senior dengan kompetensi sesuai program studi dan akreditasi di program studi Fakultas Hukum. Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah memiliki 2 program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi, serta 1 program studi Magister Manajemen dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan adalah merupakan fakultas yang termasuk pemasok tenaga pengajar terbesar di wilayah Jakarta Timur dan Bekasi ini, memiliki program studi S1 Bimbingan Konseling dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, serta program Magister Teknologi Pendidikan dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi. Fakultas ini merupakan penggabungan antara Fakultas Matematika dan IPA dan Fakultas Teknik dengan program studi Matematika, Biologi, Teknik Mesin, Teknik Industri, dan Teknik Informatika, dan seluruhnya merupakan program sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Lulusan Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan yang terdiri dari D3 dan S1 Ilmu Keperawatan ini, 90% lulusannya terserap ke dalam dunia kerja, khususnya di bidang kesehatan, baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Beberapa di antaranya kini telah memiliki klinik dan menjadi manajer keperawatan, kepala ruangan, dan kepala diklat di beberapa rumah sakit. Keseluruhan program studi di Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan berpredikat akreditasi dengan nilai B.
Di tempat inilah, bahwa di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan seorang pemimpin-pemimpin baru. Di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan estafet kepemimpinan bangsa Indonesia dan dunia.
Alumni Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini tersebar di berbagai wilayah Republik Indonesia, baik sebagai wira swastawan, guru, pegawai negeri dan BUMN, juga beberapa di antaranya memiliki jabatan penting sebagai menteri dan senator di Republik Indonesia. Beasiswa dan CSR yang diterima atau diberikan kepada mahasiswa berprestasi antara lain dari program Bidik Misi, Lotemart, Basnas, Basma Pertamina, beasiswa DKI Jakarta, dan beasiswa lainnya. Sebagai bagian yang tak terpisahkan terhadap keterpihakan kepada kaum du'afa, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun memberikan beasiswa kepada santri-santriwati pesantren yatim untuk melanjutkan studi S1 dan S2 di Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah.
We believe that everyone should have equal access to learn, share their knowledge, and enhance their research capabilities. Enhancement, empowerment, creating impact, and value are the most needed aspects that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have ScholarVein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team, one of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. ScholarVein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. ScholarVein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All-in-one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
Reviewer Track is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe,
with whom we partnered to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the projects under Reviewer Track. We also provide reviewer workshops and training, annual reviewers recognition event, and many more. As a result, Reviewer Track represents our dedication to uphold scientific integrity.
Research Synergy Institute is committed to being your research learning partner by providing some learning programs such as online lecturing session, as expert forum, as editor forum, global research ecosystem network group, RSF Research Academy, scientific and academic writing e-coaching clinic series toward publication in reputable indexed journal. Research Synergy Institutes provide the most needed research learning topics, cutting-edge research tools, and expert opinion from different backgrounds to put a global perspective for all researchers and scholars.
Research Synergy Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
increasing diversity and resulting in good quality of scientific research for all researchers, professionals, and academicians through a standardized scientific process.
We help you to manage international journals to global standards. You can even publish your scientific work in our journals, conference proceedings, and books. And now, Research Synergy Press publishes more than dozens of international journals, conference proceeding series, and single conference proceeding. Empowerment and encouragement are the two keywords that drive our social programs for leveraging the impact, such as Conference Grant, International Service Program, Paper Writing Collaboration, Connecting Research Parties or Stakeholder Gathering, the Annual Social Entrepreneurship Challenge, Shared Value Co-Creation Programs. We believe that every individual, organizations, and research community has the same opportunity to share the value of creating an impactful program together with us.
As a social enterprise, our aim is to provide a good research ecosystem and platform for researchers to share, discuss, and disseminate their ideas. In addition, it helps you to improve your research and contribute to the knowledge. Therefore, creating social impact and value is our priority. On the other hand, you can collaborate with us to our worldwide scholars and initiate betterments
for the academic,
society, and humanity.
Agent of change.
Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem is the perfect combination among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners. We embrace all of our members to lend in hand, take action for a better society, and grow together with the Research Synergy Foundation.
Selamat datang di kampus tempat berpadunya ilmu dan agama, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah merupakan warisan monumental dari seorang ulama Betawi karismatik, Kiai Haji Abdullah Syafi'i. Diawali dari Akademi Pendidikan Islam ICISMA pada 14 November 1965 sebagai wujud nyata dan kepedulian kepada peningkatan kualifikasi guru-guru agama serta keberpihakan kepada kaum du'afa dan dalam rangka turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa. Pada tahun 1983, UIA berkembang menjadi universitas melalui kerja keras Profesor Dr. Tuti Alawiyah ASMA dan Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini mengalami perkembangan yang cukup pesat, baik fisik maupun pengembangan secara kelembagaan dalam rangka memenuhi standar yang disyaratkan oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional. Visi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah menjadi pusat pengembangan Islam, iptek dan sumber daya insani yang unggul, integratif, serta berdaya saing global pada tahun 2035. Seiring dengan perkembangan waktu, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun terus mengembangkan diri dengan mendirikan prodi sesuai tuntutan pasar. Kini UIA memiliki 6 fakultas dengan 21 program studi, diploma 3, sarjana, magister, dan program studi doktoral dengan status terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas Agama Islam memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, terdiri dari Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi A, Pendidikan Agama Islam dan Perbankan Syariah dengan akreditasi B, serta 1 program studi magister Komunikasi Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi B. Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi Ilmu Hukum strata 1, Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Doktoral Ilmu Hukum dengan tenaga pengajar antara lain Profesor Yusril Iza Mahendra, Dr. Hamdan Julfa, dan Profesor Denny Indrayana, serta Profesor Laisa Marzuki, dan dosen senior dengan kompetensi sesuai program studi dan akreditasi di program studi Fakultas Hukum. Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah memiliki 2 program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi, serta 1 program studi Magister Manajemen dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan adalah merupakan fakultas yang termasuk pemasok tenaga pengajar terbesar di wilayah Jakarta Timur dan Bekasi ini, memiliki program studi S1 Bimbingan Konseling dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, serta program Magister Teknologi Pendidikan dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi. Fakultas ini merupakan penggabungan antara Fakultas Matematika dan IPA dan Fakultas Teknik dengan program studi Matematika, Biologi, Teknik Mesin, Teknik Industri, dan Teknik Informatika, dan seluruhnya merupakan program sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Lulusan Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan yang terdiri dari D3 dan S1 Ilmu Keperawatan ini, 90% lulusannya terserap ke dalam dunia kerja, khususnya di bidang kesehatan, baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Beberapa di antaranya kini telah memiliki klinik dan menjadi manajer keperawatan, kepala ruangan, dan kepala diklat di beberapa rumah sakit. Keseluruhan program studi di Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan berpredikat akreditasi dengan nilai B.
Di tempat inilah, bahwa di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan seorang pemimpin-pemimpin baru. Di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan estafet kepemimpinan bangsa Indonesia dan dunia.
Alumni Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini tersebar di berbagai wilayah Republik Indonesia, baik sebagai wira swastawan, guru, pegawai negeri dan BUMN, juga beberapa di antaranya memiliki jabatan penting sebagai menteri dan senator di Republik Indonesia. Beasiswa dan CSR yang diterima atau diberikan kepada mahasiswa berprestasi antara lain dari program Bidik Misi, Lotemart, Basnas, Basma Pertamina, beasiswa DKI Jakarta, dan beasiswa lainnya. Sebagai bagian yang tak terpisahkan terhadap keterpihakan kepada kaum du'afa, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun memberikan beasiswa kepada santri-santriwati pesantren yatim untuk melanjutkan studi S1 dan S2 di Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah.
We believe that everyone should have equal access to learn, share their knowledge, and enhance their research capabilities. Enhancement, empowerment, creating impact and value are the most needed aspects that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have Scholar Vein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team, one of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. Scholar Vein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. Scholar Vein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All-in-one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
Reviewer Track is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe,
with whom we partner to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the projects under reviewer track. We also provide reviewer workshops and training, annual reviewers recognition event, and many more. As a result, reviewer track represents our dedication to uphold scientific integrity.
Research Synergy Institute is committed to being your research learning partner by providing some learning programs such as online lecturing session, as expert forum, as editor forum, global research ecosystem network group, RSF Research Academy, scientific and academic writing e-coaching clinic series toward publication in reputable indexed journals. Research Synergy Institutes provide the most needed research learning topics, cutting-edge research tools, and expert opinion from different backgrounds to put a global perspective for all researchers and scholars.
Research Synergy Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
increasing diversity and resulting in good quality of scientific research for all researchers, professionals, and academicians through a standardized scientific process.
We help you to manage international journals to global standards. You can even publish your scientific work in our journals, conference proceedings, and books. And now, Research Synergy Press publishes more than dozens of international journals, conference proceeding series, and single conference proceeding. Empowerment and encouragement are the two keywords that drive our social programs for leveraging the impact, such as Conference Grant, International Service Program, Paper Writing Collaboration, Connecting Research Parties or Stakeholder Gathering, the Annual Social Entrepreneurship Challenge, Shared Value Co-Creation Programs. We believe that every individual, organizations, and research community has the same opportunity to share the value of creating an impactful program together with us.
As a social enterprise, our aim is to provide a good research ecosystem and platform for researchers to share, discuss, and disseminate their ideas. In addition, it helps you to improve your research and contribute to the knowledge. Therefore, creating social impact and value is our priority. On the other hand, you can collaborate with us to our worldwide scholars and initiate betterments
for the academic,
society, and humanity.
Agent of change.
Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem is the perfect combination among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners. We embrace all of our members to lend in hand, take action for a better society, and grow together with the Research Synergy Foundation.
Selamat datang di kampus tempat berpadunya ilmu dan agama, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah merupakan warisan monumental dari seorang ulama Betawi karismatik, Kiai Haji Abdullah Syafi'i. Diawali dari Akademi Pendidikan Islam, AKPI As-Syafiiyah, pada 14 November 1965 sebagai wujud nyata dan kepedulian kepada peningkatan kualifikasi guru-guru agama serta keberpihakan kepada kaum du'afa dan dalam rangka turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa. Pada tahun 1983, UIA berkembang menjadi universitas melalui kerja keras Profesor Dr. Tuti Alawiyah ASMA dan Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini mengalami perkembangan yang cukup pesat, baik fisik maupun pengembangan secara kelembagaan dalam rangka memenuhi standar yang disyaratkan oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional. Visi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah menjadi pusat pengembangan Islam, iptek dan sumber daya insani yang unggul, integratif, serta berdaya saing global pada tahun 2035. Seiring dengan perkembangan waktu, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun terus mengembangkan diri dengan mendirikan prodi sesuai tuntutan pasar. Kini UIA memiliki 6 fakultas dengan 21 program studi, diploma 3, sarjana, magister, dan program studi doktoral dengan status terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas Agama Islam memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, terdiri dari Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi A, Pendidikan Agama Islam dan Perbankan Syariah dengan akreditasi B, serta 1 program studi magister Komunikasi Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi B. Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi Ilmu Hukum strata 1, Magister Ilmu Hukum, dan Doktoral Ilmu Hukum dengan tenaga pengajar antara lain Profesor Yusril Iza Mahendra, Dr. Hamdan Zulfa, dan Profesor Denny Indrayana, serta Profesor Laisa Marzuki, dan dosen senior dengan kompetensi sesuai program studi dan akreditasi di program studi Fakultas Hukum. Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah memiliki 2 program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi, serta 1 program studi Magister Manajemen dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan adalah merupakan fakultas yang termasuk pemasok tenaga pengajar terbesar di wilayah Jakarta Timur dan Bekasi ini, memiliki program studi S1 Bimbingan Konseling dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, serta program Magister Teknologi Pendidikan dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi. Fakultas ini merupakan penggabungan antara Fakultas Matematika dan IPA dan Fakultas Teknik dengan program studi Matematika, Biologi, Teknik Mesin, Teknik Industri, dan Teknik Informatika, dan seluruhnya merupakan program sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Lulusan Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan yang terdiri dari D3 dan S1 Ilmu Keperawatan ini, 90% lulusannya terserap ke dalam dunia kerja, khususnya di bidang kesehatan, baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Beberapa di antaranya kini telah memiliki klinik dan menjadi manajer keperawatan, kepala ruangan, dan kepala diklat di beberapa rumah sakit. Keseluruhan program studi di Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan berpredikat akreditasi dengan nilai B.
Di tempat inilah, bahwa di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan seorang pemimpin-pemimpin baru. Di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan estafet kepemimpinan bangsa Indonesia dan dunia.
Alumni Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini tersebar di berbagai wilayah Republik Indonesia, baik sebagai wira swastawan, guru, pegawai negeri, dan BUMN. Juga beberapa di antaranya memiliki jabatan penting sebagai menteri dan senator di Republik Indonesia. Beasiswa dan CSR yang diterima atau diberikan kepada mahasiswa berprestasi antara lain dari program Bidik Misi, Lotemart, Basnas, Basma Pertamina, beasiswa DKI Jakarta, dan beasiswa lainnya. Sebagai bagian yang tak terpisahkan terhadap keterpihakan kepada kaum du'afa, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun memberikan biaya tempat berpadunya ilmu dan agama. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah merupakan warisan monumental dari seorang ulama Betawi karismatik, Kiai Haji Abdullah Syafi'i. Diawali dari Akademi Pendidikan Islam, AKPI As-Syafiiyah, pada 14 November 1965, sebagai wujud nyata dan kepedulian kepada peningkatan kualifikasi guru-guru agama serta keperpihakan kepada kaum du'afa dan dalam rangka turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa. Pada tahun 1983, UIA berkembang menjadi universitas melalui kerja keras Profesor Dr. Tuti Alawiyah ASMA dan Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini mengalami perkembangan yang cukup pesat, baik fisik maupun pengembangan secara kelembagaan dalam rangka memenuhi standar yang disyaratkan oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional. Visi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah menjadi pusat pengembangan Islam, iptek dan sumber daya insani yang unggul, integratif, serta berdaya saing global pada tahun 2035. Seiring dengan perkembangan waktu, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun terus mengembangkan diri dengan mendirikan prodi sesuai tuntutan pasar. Kini UIA memiliki 6 fakultas dengan 21 program studi, diploma 3, sarjana, magister, dan program studi doktoral dengan status terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas Agama Islam memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, terdiri dari Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi A, Pendidikan Agama Islam dan Perbankan Syariah dengan akreditasi B, serta 1 program studi magister Komunikasi Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi B. Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi Ilmu Hukum strata 1, Magister Ilmu Hukum dan Doktoral Ilmu Hukum dengan tenaga pengajar antara lain Profesor Yusril Iza Mahendra, Dr. Hamdan Julfa, dan Profesor Denny Indrayana, serta Profesor Laisa Marzuki, dan dosen senior dengan kompetensi sesuai program studi dan akreditasi di program studi Fakultas Hukum. Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah memiliki 2 program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi, serta 1 program studi Magister Manajemen dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan adalah merupakan fakultas yang termasuk pemasok tenaga pengajar terbesar di wilayah Jakarta Timur dan Bekasi ini, memiliki program studi S1 Bimbingan Konseling dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, serta program Magister Teknologi Pendidikan dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi. Fakultas ini merupakan penggabungan antara Fakultas Matematika dan IPA dan Fakultas Teknik dengan program studi Matematika, Biologi, Teknik Mesin, Teknik Industri, dan Teknik Informatika, dan seluruhnya merupakan program sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Lulusan Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan yang terdiri dari D3 dan S1 Ilmu Keperawatan ini, 90% lulusannya terserap ke dalam dunia kerja, khususnya di bidang kesehatan, baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Beberapa di antaranya kini telah memiliki klinik dan menjadi manajer keperawatan, kepala ruangan dan kepala diklat di beberapa rumah sakit. Keseluruhan program studi di Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan berpredikat akreditasi dengan nilai B.
Bahwa di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan seorang pemimpin-pemimpin baru. Di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan estafet kepemimpinan bangsa Indonesia dan dunia.
Alumni Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini tersebar di berbagai wilayah Republik Indonesia, baik sebagai wiraswastawan, guru, pegawai negeri dan BUMN, juga beberapa di antaranya memiliki jabatan penting sebagai menteri dan senator di Republik Indonesia. Beasiswa dan CSR yang diterima atau diberikan kepada mahasiswa berprestasi antara lain dari program Bidik Misi, Lotemart, Basnas, Basma Pertamina, beasiswa DKI Jakarta, dan beasiswa lainnya. Sebagai bagian yang tak terpisahkan terhadap keterpihakan kepada kaum du'afa, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun memberikan beasiswa kepada santri-santriwati pesantren yatim untuk melanjutkan studi S1 dan S2 di Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah.
Creating impact and value are the most needed aspect that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have ScholarVein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team. One of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. ScholarVein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. ScholarVein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All-in-one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
Reviewer Track is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe.
with whom we partnered to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the projects under reviewer track. We also provide reviewer workshops and training, annual reviewers recognition event, and many more. As a result, reviewer track represents our dedication to uphold scientific integrity.
Research Negi Institute is committed to being your research learning partner by providing some learning programs such as online lecturing session, as expert forum, as editor forum, global research ecosystem network group, RSF Research Academy, scientific and academic writing e-coaching clinic series toward publication in reputable indexed journal. Research Negi Institutes provide the most needed research learning topics, cutting-edge research tools, and expert opinion from different backgrounds to put a global perspective for all researchers and scholars.
Research Synergy Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
increasing diversity and resulting in good quality of scientific research for all researchers, professionals, and academicians through a standardized scientific process.
We help you to manage international journals to global
agama, serta keberpihakan kepada kaum du'afa dan dalam rangka turut serta mencerdaskan
We
bangsa.
help you to manage international journals to global.
Pada tahun 1983, UIA berkembang menjadi universitas melalui kerja keras Profesor Dr. Tuti Alawiyah ASMA dan Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi As-Syafiiyah. Keberpihakan kepada kaum du'afa. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini mengalami perkembangan yang cukup pesat, baik fisik maupun pengembangan secara kelembagaan dalam rangka memenuhi standar yang disyaratkan oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional. Visi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah menjadi pusat pengembangan Islam, iptek dan sumber daya insani yang unggul, integratif, serta berdaya saing global pada tahun 2035. Seiring dengan perkembangan waktu, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun terus mengembangkan diri dengan mendirikan prodi sesuai tuntutan pasar. Kini UIA memiliki 6 fakultas dengan 21 program studi, diploma 3, sarjana, magister, dan program studi doktoral dengan status terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas Agama Islam memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, terdiri dari Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi A, Pendidikan Agama Islam dan Perbankan Syariah dengan akreditasi B, serta 1 program studi magister Komunikasi Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi B. Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi Ilmu Hukum strata 1, Magister Ilmu Hukum, dan Doktoral Ilmu Hukum dengan tenaga pengajar antara lain Profesor Yusril Iza Mahendra, Dr. Hamdan Julfa, dan Profesor Denny Indrayana, serta Profesor Laisa Marzuki, dan dosen senior dengan kompetensi sesuai program studi dan akreditasi di program studi Fakultas Hukum. Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah memiliki 2 program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi, serta 1 program studi Magister Manajemen dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan adalah merupakan fakultas yang termasuk pemasok tenaga pengajar terbesar di wilayah Jakarta Timur dan Bekasi ini, memiliki program studi S1 Bimbingan Konseling dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, bahasa Inggris.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, ladies and gentlemen, so once again, welcome back to the International Conference on the Synergy of Islam and Multidisciplinary Approaches, or ICISMA, and hope that all of the participants already have a good break previously. And now we would like to announce the preparation for the academic presentation sessions. So for today, the first day of the ICISMA, so we will have one sessions for the academic presentation sessions. And the academic presentation sessions will be led by our session chairs. So our session chair today is welcome Dr. Khalid Hussain Mir from Department of Islamic Studies, Baba Ghulam Shah, Badshah University, Rajouri, Jammu and Kashmir, India. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Khalid.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah.
Jazakallahu khair.
Jazakallahu khairan also, Doctor. All right, so Dr. Khalid, so now we will start to prepare for the academic presentation sessions and also for the research paper that is already published in the paper proceeding. Also, the committee can type it, the link to access the paper proceeding of the presenters, yeah? So you can take a look also the paper from the presenter that will presenting their research. And once again, all of the participants currently who already gathered in this Zoom, since we only have one main room, yeah, but tomorrow we will have a two concurrent room, which is the main room and also the breakout room. So for today, so we will stay in this main room, and after this academic presentation session, there will be a short break, and then after that we will announce who is going to be the best presentations, and of course the session chair recognitions, and closing with the speech from the Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah colleagues. All right, so now without further ado, I will pass the room to open for the academic presentation sessions to my colleague, Ms. Fina. So please welcome Ms. Fina Zeferin.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Santi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all the audiences here. So good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. It's being a great honor for us on behalf of the International Conference of the Synergy of Islamic and Multidisciplinary Approaches, or ICISMA. My name is Fina Zeferin, to be standing here as the PIC room in this academic online presentation session. So before we are going to the academic online presentation session, please kindly fill the conference attendance form. So this is for the attendee and also presenter who wants to get the certificate of attendee. You may scan the QR code shown on the screen. So moving on to the academic virtual presentation session today, the session will consist of 8 presenters from track Islamic Studies, Critical Pedagogy, and track Educational Technology. And the session chair for today is Dr. Khalid Hussain Mir from the Department of Islamic Studies, Baba Ghulam Shah, Badshah University, Rajouri, Jammu and Kashmir, India. So, Assalamualaikum, Doctor. So before Dr. Khalid sharing the session, allow me to read his profile first. So Dr. Khalid Hussain Mir is a former researcher in Islamic Studies at Baba Ghulam Shah, Badshah University, Rajouri, Jammu and Kashmir, India. So beside that, he worked also as an assistant professor at Himalayan Degree College, Rajouri, India. And he earned his PhD in Islamic Studies from BGSPU, especially in Muslim modernist thought in South Asia, with a focus on the intellectual legacy of Dr. Fazlur Rahman. He holds a master's degree in Islamic Studies from the University of Kashmir, JK, and a master's degree in public administration from Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, India. Dr. Khalid has authored, co-authored, and translated several scholarly books on Islamic thought, Sufism, modernity, and intellectual history, including works on Fazlur Rahman, Sufi traditions, spirituality, and classical Islamic texts. He has published extensively in reputed international journals and contributed to national and international academic conferences. His research interests include Islamic intellectual history, revival and reform, modernist interpretation of Islam, law and human rights, peace education, spirituality, and the integration of knowledge. He serves also as a reviewer and as an editorial board member for several national and international journals worldwide. So I would like to say thank you for your support in this conference and for being with us today. So from now onwards, I will pass the session to be led by you. Now is the time for you to share the session. You may start by reading the guideline for presentation as shown on the screen. Please welcome Dr. Halid.
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And a very good day to everyone and good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to warmly welcome all the distinguished speakers, presenters, scholars, and participants to the first technical session of the International Conference on the Synergy of Islamic and Multidisciplinary Approaches. I'm Dr. Khalid Hussain, the chairperson of this session. This session brings together a set of very thoughtful and timely research papers that engage with some of the most important intellectual, ethical, and social questions facing Muslim societies today. The papers scheduled for this session reflect a rich diversity of themes, including Islamic epistemology, artificial intelligence, religious authority, dawah, education, social justice, gender discourses, zakah governance, and community engagement. Together, they demonstrate how Islamic thought continues to interact meaningfully with contemporary challenges through multidisciplinary perspectives. So before we begin, let me briefly outline the session format. Each presenter will be given 15 minutes in total, 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes followed by followed for the questions, comments, and or discussion. So I kindly request all the presenters to adhere to the allocated time so that we can ensure a smooth and fair flow of the session and allow space for meaningful exchange. So make sure that you are in a place free of noise to avoid disruption of the presentation and help the presenter give the presentation that they deserve by not talking, eating, drinking, or engaging in activities that are uncalled for during the presentation. So, I will now invite the presenters one by one, announcing each presenter by their full name along with the title of their paper. After each presentation, we will open the floor for brief questions or observations. So, here is the first presentation title, that is Towards an Islamic Paradigm for Reconciling Islam and Modern Science for Responsive Muslim Education, a perspective drawn from Ziauddin Sardar's epistemological thought. So the presenter here is Abdul Langtong. So I request him to start uh, his presentation. So let's begin with this presentation. So I once again welcome uh, Abdul Langtong for the presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm going to share my presentation, and where is that? Oh, oops.
Yeah, so I think maybe Mr. Abdulantong has some issue with his internet. Let me check. Yeah, are you still here, Mr. Abdulantong?
I think he has lost the connection.
Yeah, I think so. We can go to the next presenter first, maybe, while we
Yeah.
are waiting
Yeah.
for Mr. Abdulantong to be joining with us.
So let's start with the second presenter. So the second presentation title is Artificial Intelligence and the Crisis of Religious Authority, a conceptual review of Islamic discourse in the age of machine meditation. So the presenter is Nanda Khairia. So I welcome the presenter for the presentation. So I request to start the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Khalid and everyone here. Please allow me to first introduce myself. My name is Nanda Khairia. Should I share the screen or the committee will share?
Would you like us to share it for you?
I think it's okay. I will share it.
Okay.
Okay, good day once again. My name is Nanda Khairia and I'll be presenting our article entitled Artificial Intelligence and the Crisis of Religious Authority, a conceptual review of Islamic discourse in the age of machine mediation. This presentation examines how artificial intelligence did you lost my presentation, my slide?
Yeah. Can you reshare it?
Okay. Okay.
Yes, you can make it into full screen. Okay.
Okay, thank
Perfect.
you. Thank you. So I will start with why this article is issued and important to be discussed. You know how artificial intelligence is reshaping religious authority within contemporary Islamic discourse. And in recent years, AI has become deeply embedded in every religious life, like answering questions about prayer, worship, ethics, and even theology. What makes this development significant is not merely technological innovation, but a fundamental but a fundamental shift in how religious knowledge is accessed, trusted, and legitimized. Traditionally, Islamic authority has been grounded in scholarly lineage, interpreting methodology and ethical accountability. And today, however, many religious questions are increasingly directed into algorithmic systems. So, in our opinion, this raises a central concern. Are we facing a crisis of religious authority, or is it because are we witnessing its transformation in a new socio-technical environment? Then let's see for the state of the art. Existing research indicates that the transformation of religious authority did not begin with artificial intelligence. Studies on digital religion and digital dawah show that online platforms have already reshaped authority by prioritizing visibility and then emotional resonance and accessibility over formal scholarly credentials. More recent scholarships on AI and religion highlights new challenges, such as epistemic confusion, algorithmic bias, and the illusion of objectivity in machine-generated religious content. However, much of this research remains fragmented and tends to treat AI as a technical or pedagogical tool rather than a factor in the deeper restructuring of religious authority. So this is where the novelty of the result of the article, I mean. The originality of the study lies in its conceptual positioning of AI. Rather than viewing AI as a natural instrument, this research understands AI as a socio-technical actor that actively participates in shaping religious authority. By integrating John Malaman's analysis of globalized Islamic authority with Thomas Bench's framework of religious pluralism, the study proposes a layered understanding of authority, one that is negotiated among scholars, institutions, digital platforms, and algorithms. And then to support this conceptual contribution, the study draws on a carefully selected body of theoretical. The literature review is anchored in two core theoretical perspectives. Malaman emphasizes that Islamic authority has historically evolved through global flows of information, power, and communication. Meanwhile, Banchov highlights that a religious authority is always negotiated with pluralistic political and communicative environment. These frameworks are complemented by studies on digital da'wah, religious moderation, and AI ethics. Collectively, the literature reveals a shared concern. AI-generated religious content often appears authoritative while lacking interpretative methodology, historical consciousness, and moral accountability. And then now we're moving on to the methodology that we are using. This study employs a qualitative literature review, which is appropriate given the conceptual of an emergent nature of AI-mediated religious authority. Rather than focusing on a single empirical case, the study integrates 26 peer-reviewed sources spanning Islamic studies, and then digital religion, artificial intelligence, and even ethics. Through this thematic synthesis, we're curing patterns such as algorithmic authority, epistemic legitimacy, automation, or religious practice. And now we're moving on into the findings. I hope 10 minutes is enough for me to present this article. This study identifies 5 major shifts. First is AI introduces a form of algorithmic religious authority that increasingly competes with traditional scholarship. And then the second finding is that AI generates epistemic confusion by producing pseudo-objective outputs that obscure interpretive process. And then the third finding is routine religious practices such as calculating prayer times or summarizing legal rulings are increasingly automated, raising questions of accountability itself. And then the fourth finding is AI's impact on religious moderation is ambivalent. It can support inclusivity while also amplifying polarizing interpretations. And then finally, religious authority itself becomes socio-technical, operating across human, institutional, and machine layers. While these findings describe what is happening, they do not yet explain what this transformation means for Islamic authority. And this what we will talk to you about our discussion in this article. On the discussion section, this suggests that the current situation should not be understood as the collapse of Islamic authority, but as a structural transition. AI intensifies the pluralization of authority described by Benchov while introducing non-human agents that lack ethical responsibility. Authority is no longer monopolized by scholars or institutions, but distributed across digital platforms and algorithmic systems. This creates governance gaps as religious institutions often lack technical capacity, while technology developers lack theological frameworks. So now to recognize this structural transition, allow us to draw broader conclusion. And this study concludes that AI reshapes Islamic religious authority without replacing classical scholarship. Authority becomes layered, rooted in scholarly tradition, mediated through digital communication and increasingly shaped by algorithms. Understanding this transformation requires moving beyond theological or technological reductionism towards a socio-technical perspective that acknowledges both human and machine agency. However, as with any conceptual study, certain limitations must also be acknowledged. This study is limited by its reliance on secondary literature and its conceptual scope. We admit that it doesn't capture the lived experiences of Muslims. So for the future research, we hope that will be incorporate empirical methods, ethnographic observation, and comparative analysis to better understand how AI reshapes religious authority in everyday practice. And now, before concluding, it is important to acknowledge that the key scholarly works that informed this analysis. These are references that we used. For references, you can find it on the paper as well. And now, but not least, artificial intelligence should be understood as both challenge and opportunity for Islamic religious authority. The central question is not whether AI will influence religious life, but how that influence will be governed. Through ethical oversight and collaboration between scholars, educators, and also technologists, AI can be integrated in ways that preserve the epistemic and moral foundations of Islamic knowledge in the age of digital machine. Thank you very much. I shall take my leave for a moment. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this presentation. As this paper engages with one of the most pressing and underexplored challenges facing contemporary Islamic thought, the transformation of religious authority in the age of artificial intelligence. So we have a few questions in the chat room. First question is from Muhammad Fajir. So he's saying Assalamu alaikum. So his question is that in the context of increasing reliance on AI for religious information, how can Islamic scholars and institutions maintain credible religious authority while ensuring that AI mediated interpretations do not oversimplify or misrepresent classical Islamic scholarship?
Maintain credible religious authority while ensuring that they make it. Okay. Am I should directly answer it or?
Yeah, you may directly answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
We have a limited time of 5 minutes for the question session, so you can answer it in within 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, the question is, how can Islamic scholars and institutions maintain credible religious authority while ensuring that AI-mediated interpretation do not oversimplify or misrepresent classic Islamic scholarship? Thank you in advance to our Muhammad Fajr Maulana. I try to answer it in a simple way. Muslim scholars, I think, can avoid over simplifying AI by first recognizing that artificial intelligence is not natural and nor autonomous in a theological sense. We call it like AI doesn't have sanat keilmuan or the root of the knowledge. They just the machine that should help us as scholars, as lecturers or something. We should face that AI is not the level of programming. It's not technical literacy. This is epistemological clarity. Scholars must distinguish between data-driven prediction and also methodological ijtihad. we have to censor that AI produces statistically coherent language, but it doesn't engage in ethical deliberation or contextual interpretation. And that in that point, we should be the actor, not the AI. I hope this is enough to
Thank you
answer.
so much for your response. So I would like to add a few points that artificial intelligence possesses a particularly complex challenge because it's pervasive and unavoidable presence in everyday life. For the ordinary Muslims, especially those without a strong grounded in Islamic sciences such as Quranic studies, Hadith, Sirah, and Islamic hermeneutics, AI-driven tools can easily become source of confusion rather than clarity. So this dilemma is already evident in lived experience, where an uncritical reliance on AI-generated religious content often leads to intellectual uncertainty and theological misunderstanding. So I think let's move on. We have the next presenter here, the third presentation, as we have, I think Mr. Leng Tong has joined earlier. So let's move to the third presentation that is titled Gender Bias in Child Marriage Issues, Reconstructing a Religious Discourse Based on Islamic Moderation. So the presenter is Siti Atikyo, if I'm rightly pronouncing it. So I would like the presenter to start his or her presentation, and so you have 10 minutes to conclude your presentation, and then it will be followed by question answer session.
Thank you very much for the time being for me, the Honorable Mr. Khalid. Do you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to share my paper now. Aduh. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Mr. Khalid, thank you very much for the time being time for me. And then here I would like to present my paper entitled Gender Bias in Child Marriage Issues, Reconstructing Religious Discourse Based on Islamic Moderation. This paper written by Siti Atiko, and then Intan Wulansari, Miftahul Saadah, Lalu Hamid, and Pak Dr. Jamal Sari. We are from the As-Syafiiyah Islamic University, Jakarta. Okay. Let me present my paper. Child marriage remains a serious issue in Indonesia because it directly affects children's rights and then reproductive health, education, and women's future opportunities. Although the legal reform like Undang-Undang Nomor 16 tahun the year of 20 and 60 have been introduced, and then the practices persist due to the strong social, culture, and especially religious discourses that continue to legitimate this law. In many cases, religious narrative from puberty as sufficient readiness for marriage or justify child marriage as means of moral protection. Gender bias is in religious interpretation and preaching plays a key role in normalizing that practice by positioning girls in subordinate roles and placing moral responsibility primarily on the girls. As a result, legal reform alone has not been sufficient to transform deeply rooted social and religious practices. And then about the empirical data and context, child marriage remains prevalent in Indonesia, with approximately 1 in 9 girls marrying before the age of 18. The prevalence is particularly high in rural areas such as West Nusa Tenggara, West Sulawesi, and South Papua, where access to education, economic opportunities, and child protection services is limited. In addition, marriage dispensations are frequently granted by religious court, which legally enables child marriage to continue. This phenomenon does not occur in isolation, but emerges from the intersection of cultural norms, economic pressures, and religious interpretation, which collectively sustain the practices of ethnic community. And then about the problem. The problem of the marriage of children are rooted in the ways of religious discourse is interpreted and communicated. Poverty is often equated with readiness for marriage. And then without educated consideration of physiological, social, and economic maturity. By the way, the girls' bodies and morality are regulated through religious narratives, placing primary moral responsibility on women to preserve family honor. Within this framework, women are positioned in domestic and subordinate roles, while their rights to education and personal development are marginalized. Religious discourse in this context tends to be a historical and literalistic, interpreting religious texts without sufficient attention to ethical objectives, social context, and contemporary realities. And then theoretical framework. The theoretical framework the theoretical framework of the study is built upon 3 main concepts. First, gender bias is understood as a product of literalistic and patriarchal religious interpretations that tend to position women in subordinate roles and legitimize social practices harmful to girls. Second is about Islamic moderation or wasatiyah, serve as a corrective approach, emphasizing justice, balance, and contextual interpretation of religious texts, allowing Islamic teachings to respond more humanely to contemporary social realities. And then the third, the framework of Maqasid Sharia, provide an ethical foundation by prioritizing the protection of life, hifzul nafs, hifzul aql, and his nasl, or the human dignity. These frameworks enable a critical analysis of religious discourse and support the development of a model of preaching that promote child protection and gender justice. What about the research methodology? The study employs a qualitative approach to explore meanings, pattern, and social construction within religious discourse, particularly regarding child marriage, and gender bias. The methods include a literature review to trace academic and policy debates and critical discourse analysis to examine how religious texts and preaching practices construct and legitimize gender relation. Data source consists of religious texts, sermons, and religious preaching and academic publication from 2010 to 2025, enabling a comprehensive and contextual analysis of contemporary religious discourse. What about the finding? The first finding, it's about naturalization of women's domestic roles. The naturalization of women domestic roles within religious discourse is that women are primarily positioned as wife and mothers, while public roles and access to education are still marginalized. Domestic responsibilities are framed as natural and unquestionable obligations. Patriarchal religious interpretations reinforce this perspective, limiting women's opportunities for education and social participation and directly legitimizing the practice of child marriage. And then the second finding is about poverty as a marker of marriage eligibility. Poverty is commonly used as the primary marker of marriage eligibility within religious discourse and social practice. Biological maturity is treated as sufficient for marriage, while psychological, social, and economic readiness are largely ignored. This interpretation is frequently employed as a justification of granting marriage dispensation. And then the next finding is moral control over girls' body. The third finding reveals a pattern of moral control over girls' body constructed through religious and social narratives. Child marriage is frequently framed as a form of moral protection intended to prevent perceived immoral behavior. Within this framework, family honor is closely tied to girls' bodies and conduct, leading families to choose early marriage to avoid social stigma. Social pressure rooted in shame and stigma reinforces this practice, positioning child marriage as a moral solution rather than a violation of children's rights and gender justice. And then the critical analysis highlights that religious discourse is not neutral, but actively shapes social reality. The West's religious teachings are interpreted and communicated through sermons, fatwas, and religious practices, significantly influence how societies understand gender roles, morality, and legitimacy of social action, including child marriage. In this context, gender bias is often legitimized through religious symbols, language, and authority. When particular interpretations are delivered by figures or institutions perceived as religious authorities, they gain strong moral legitimacy and become difficult to challenge, often even when they marginalize women and girls. As a result, gender inequality is not only normalized, but also perceived as definitely sanctioned. Furthermore, religion can function as a tool of social control in certain social contexts. Moral norms, shame, and stigma are used to regulate behavior, especially that of women under the guise of religious morality and social. In cases of child marriage, religious discourse is employed to control girls' bodies and life choices in the name of moral protection and family honor. Therefore, critical analysis is essential to distinguish between the universal ethical values of religion and discursive practices that reproduce social and gender injustice. And then it's about this reconstructing religious discourse. The construction of religious discourse proposed in this study aims to save religious understanding from a purely normative and moral control approach toward a framework that prioritizes human protection and well-being, particularly for children and women. The first approach in interpretation based on Maqasid Sharia, which places the higher objective in Islamic law, such as the protection of life, intellectual lineage, and human dignity, at the center of religious interpretation. From this perspective, child marriage is viewed as incompatible with the objectives of Islamic law because it endangers children's health, education, and future. And then the second approach involves contextualizing religious texts within contemporary realities by considering current social, psychological, and legal context. This prevents religious texts from being interpreted in a historical and literalistic manner and allows them to respond meaningfully to modern challenges, including child protection and gender justice. The study proposed an ethical reframing of religious discourse, shifting the focus from moral control over girls' bodies to a perspective centered on children's rights, protection, and human development. This reconstructed discourse should be widely disseminated through mosques, educational institutions, and digital media, ensuring that more just, moderate, and child-friendly religious messages reach broader audiences. The conclusion emphasizes that child marriage is not sustained solely by economic or cultural factors, but also reinforced by gender-based religious discourse. Literalistic and patriarchal interpretations of religion have normalized child marriage and weakened perspective on child protection and gender justice in this regard. Islamic moderation or wasatiyah and the frame of Maqasid Sharia provide strong theological solution by prioritizing the protection of life, intellect, lineage, and human dignity. Therefore, reconstructing religious discourse is a crucial step to ensure that religion functions as an ethical force promoting gender justice and children. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much for time.
Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum
Thank you so
warahmatullahi
much
wabarakatuh.
for this presentation. Thank you so much. Uh, so this paper addresses a deeply sensitive yet critically important issue within contemporary Muslim societies. So we have a few questions, but I think we have lost the time this bond. So I would like to highlight a few questions in the chat box. That is, what can the one question is from Muhammad. That what can the presenter see in a setting where a girl child is married on or before 18 years, but was allowed to continue her education and becoming a dual role player or being a wife and a student? So we have one more question, but we can take only one question. So if the presenter is available to answer this question, she may answer this question. Okay, we can move to the next presenter as we have the next presenter waiting.
Yeah, since
We
I
can take these questions later on.
yeah, I think Miss Siti is having an internet problem, so maybe she
Yeah.
can answer in the Zoom chat box later on. And now we can go to the next presenter, Doctor.
So the next presenter is here. It's Mr. Abdul Langtong. His title of the presentation is An Islamic Paradigm for Reconciling Islam and Modern Science for Responsive Muslim Education, a perspective drawn from Ziauddin Sardar's epistemological thought. So I request Mr. Abdul Langtong to start his presentation. I welcome sir for the presentation.
Please unmute your mic. Okay.
Yeah. So unmute. Okay. Yeah. So my presentation is about an Islamic paradigm for reconciling Islam and modern science for responsive Muslim education, a perspective drawn from Ziauddin Sardar's epistemological thought. The historical relationship between Islam and science was one of profound synergy, generating groundbreaking contributions in astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and philosophy from the 8th to the 14th centuries, all unified under Quranic worldview. However, contemporary Muslim societies face a widening chasm between classical Islamic knowledge frameworks and modern scientific paradigms marked by intellectual dependency and cultural alienation. This disconnect manifests in education systems that vacillate between conservative traditionalism and uncritical Westernization, failing to produce integrated, ethically grounded scholars. So Ziauddin Sardar, widely regarded as one of the most influential contemporary Muslim thinkers, contends that modern Muslim education must reconcile Islam and science through renewing Islamic epistemology, embracing ethical science, and cultivating a future-oriented mindset via foresight and scenario planning. So considering the relevance and timeliness of Ziauddin Sardar's thought and his perspective on reconciling Islam and modern science needs to be analyzed. Thus, the purpose of this study is to examine and analyze Sardar's epistemological paradigm to reconciling Islam and modern science for futuristic, responsive Muslim education. So the research methodology that I use is descriptive analytic method to examine Sardar's approaches to reconciling Islam and modern science. Data about Sardar's theoretical foundations of reconciling Islam and modern science were gathered from his major writings through library research. So here's the findings. Theoretical foundations of Sardar's framework of reconciling Islam and modern science. One is the pillar of his theoretical framework is epistemological pluralism. Ziauddin Sardar rejects the reduction of knowledge to empirical data, asserting that authentic Islamic epistemology encompasses empirical, ethical, spiritual, and cultural dimensions. Next pillar is ijtihad and critical inquiry. The revival of ijtihad lies at the heart of Ziauddin Sardar's vision for Islamic education and scientific renewal. According to and then the next is Maqasid Sharia as ethical compass. According to Sardar, scientific inquiry must be evaluated against the higher objectives, Maqasid of Sharia, including the preservation of life, intellect, and dignity, protection of the environment, and the promotion of justice and social welfare. And then finally, futures thinking. Ziauddin Sardar asserts that Muslim education must anticipate and shape complex future scenarios driven by artificial intelligence, biotechnology, climate change, and geopolitical shifts. So here is the proposed paradigm for reconciling Islam and science based on epistemological thought of Ja'uddin Sardar. There should be an epistemic integration, that is epistemic dimension, integration dimension. This aims to harmonize Islamic epistemology with modern science, reasoning by anchoring knowledge, production in Tawhid, the unifying principle that integrates revelation, reason, and empirical observation. Next is pedagogical transformation dimension. This dimension seeks to reform classroom practices by fostering critical, ethical, scientific thinking through active student-centered pedagogies. And then institutional reform dimension. This dimension aims to align educational structures with integrated epistemologies, ensuring that Islamic values permeate the origin or organizational fabric of learning institutions. Then societal relevance and sustainability dimension. This dimension is designed to ensure that education directly addresses real-world Muslim community needs, transforming learning institutions into agents of social and ecological renewal. So here is the conceptual framework. We have the theoretical foundations, and then integrative education, and then expected outcomes. So the discussion is the conceptual framework delineates the dynamic interplay between Sardar's theoretical foundations, inputs encompassing an Islamic worldview rooted in Tawhid, epistemological pluralism, and the revival of Ijtihad, and the integrative paradigm process which operationalizes this through pedagogical and institutional reforms such as inquiry-based teaching, ethical science, equipped to address post-normal challenges like climate crisis and AI governance. The framework fosters a responsive and sustainable Muslim education system that produces Khilafah-conscious innovators, revitalizing the Ummah's intellectual legacy for global contribution and civilizational renewal. Sardar's integrated paradigm effectively addresses long-standing tensions between religious epistemology and scientific rationality by grounding education in Islamic ethical and metaphysical principles while fully embracing empirical science as a complementary mode of inquiry. His pivotal contribution lies in reframing science as a cultural and moral enterprises shaped by values, histories, and worldviews rather than a purportedly neutral universal discipline detached from human purpose. Then reorientation aligns scientific practice with the Quranic vision of humans as stewards entrusted with nurturing and preserving creation, transforming knowledge production into an act of worship, responsibility, and amana of trusteeship, serves both spiritual growth and ecological integrity. Sardar's paradigm fundamentally challenges Muslim educational institutions to shift from mere preservation of classical knowledge to the active production of new contextually relevant knowledge that addresses contemporary global realities. It calls for futures literacy, environmental ethics, AI ethics, and sustainable development to become central education priorities embedded across curricula and research agendas. By integrating foresight methodologies, system thinking, and Mokasib-based ethical frameworks, institutions can cultivate the scholars capable of anticipating post-normal challenges, innovating halal technologies, and upholding Khilafah stewardship in an era of rapid ecological and technological transformation, thus revitalizing the Islamic intellectual tradition as a living, adaptive force for civilizational renewal. In conclusion, Ja'uddin Sardar offers one of the most compelling contemporary frameworks for reconciling Islam and science, grounded in the transformative vision of integration of knowledge that transcends the limitation of both secular scientism and rigid traditionalism. This paradigm emphasizes epistemological pluralism to honor diverse ways of knowing, ethical science guided by Maqasid al-Sharia to ensure moral accountability, the revival of Ijtihad as a dynamic, critical inquiry, future-oriented education through foresight and systems thinking, and institutional and curricular reform to embed Islamic values across distinct or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics disciplines. As a sustainable and responsive Muslim education must thus embrace scientific advancement without compromising Islamic ethical commitments, producing scholars who serve Khalifa, stewards of knowledge, justice, and creation. So with this, I thank you very much and shukran for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mr. Abdul Lantong.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
this paper addresses a long-standing and deeply significant concern within contemporary Islamic thought, the
Yeah.
perceived divide between Islamic knowledge, traditions, and modern scientific framework. So the proposed
Yeah.
four-dimensional framework, that is epistemic, integration, pedagogical, and transformation, institutional reform, and societal relevance is one of the paper's strongest contributions. So one important point that may also be highlighted here is that Ziauddin Sardar was not alone in sensing and
Yeah.
articulating this deep intellectual gap within contemporary Muslim thought. Scholars such
Yeah.
as Fazlur Rahman and Ismail Raji al-Faruqi, among
Okay.
others,
Yeah.
repeatedly drew attention to the same discontinuity between classical Islamic intellectual traditions and modern forms of knowledge. So, in the
Yeah.
context of the Indian subcontinent as well, like figures like this Maulana Wahiduddin Khan engaged seriously with this question. So, each in his own way, what clearly emerges from their collective work is a shared recognition that after the Muslim Golden Period, Muslim societies experienced as significant intellectual rupture. So, one that created an intellectual and civilizational vacuum that has yet to be fully addressed. So, thank you so much, sir. So,
Thank
we
you. Thank
have
you.
a question for you in the chat box that is from Mamduk Badu Budiman.
Yeah.
That's can Islam Burkim, Burkimajuan be positioned as a contextual model of Islamic epistemology in Southeast Asia that aligns with Sardar's paradigm?
Uh, can you restate it, Doctor, again? Could you repeat the question? Does
Okay. The question is that can Islam Burkimajuan be positioned as a contextual model of Islamic epistemology in Southeast Asia that aligns with Sardar's paradigm?
Okay. I think, as you have mentioned a while ago, Ziauddin Sardar is not alone in this epistemological approach, or epistemological approach. So, and then since Professor Raji Faruqi, Professor Fadlur Rahman, and also Professor Al-Attas ideas about Islamization of knowledge, which is more or less, although there are differences, but in methodologies, but in approach, but the objective is similar, which is the Islamization of knowledge, which is what is this, reviving what is this the epistemological approach of the golden age of our civilization. So since these are already applied in some universities, so therefore maybe we can refine and re-emphasize the epistemological approach or ideas of Ziauddin Sardar, especially in the search for Islamizing or reconciling science and modern science and Islamic thought.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So now I think we can now move forward for the next presentation.
Yeah. Okay.
If
Thank you.
anyone has any question regarding this presentation, he may share his question in the chat box so that sir can answer one by one in the chat box. But presentation. So the next presentation is
where to leave what?
so then
Yawan kapan?
okay.
Yawan kapan kamu? Yawan kapan kamu?
So the next presentation is titled Minority Dawa and Muslim Political Agency, Insights from the US for Southeast Asia. And the presenter is Rahmat Hidayat. So I request and welcome Rahmat Hidayat for the presentation. So welcome to the presentation session and kindly start the presentation.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Khalid, Mr. Dr. Khalid, for the opportunity to present our paper, Monetary Dakwah and Muslim Political Agency, Insight from the US for Southeast Asia. It's a privilege to present our study, and our paper seeks to broaden the Islamic scholar conversation that ICISMA promotes, namely the synergy between Islamic perspective and multidisciplinary approach. Okay, over the past decade, scholarship has increasingly recognized that dakwah in minority context function not merely as religious communication, but also a social politic practice that shape civic engagement, identity negotiation, right-based advocacy, and community resilience. The evidence from the United States of America that demonstrate how Muslim community, especially after the 9/11, that dakwah into civic participation, interfaith coalition building, and legal advocacy to counter the discrimination and Islamophobia, which is we already know that facing that the huge of Islamic phobia from the Western country, especially from the United States, which is our research. Southeast Asia Muslim community show much more diverse experience, with some from majority like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei, which is we have majority Muslim, and while others are minority, facing structural constraint like Southern Thailand, Mindanao, Myanmar, and Singapore. This variation provides the cooperative motivation for our study. And then next please, research objective. The study addressed a significant conceptual gap in existing literature by asking how does minority dakwah operate as political agency. And then what adaptive dakwah model have emerged in US, and then how can this model can be contextually adapted, not translate to Southeast Asia. And then conceptual foundation. Our works position dakwah as integrated religious socio-political practice. Not just religious communication, but integrated religious, social, and political practice, shaped by citizen discourse, and then civic right struggle and public participation, which is happening in United States after the the 9/11. We synthesize that dominant strengths in the fight identified in the literature like cultural dakwah, community welfare, which is community welfare and social service, and then civic dakwah, which is political education and public advocacy, and interfaith dakwah, which is dialogue and coalition building. This triad provides the analytical lens for our comparative assessment. And then next methodology, we conducted a systematic literature review via, scholars, good scholars, Web of Science, gesture, and so on. Then using a Brown and Clark's thematic analysis, we got recurring concepts such as civic participation, minority identity, securitization, and right-based mobilization. And then we just a comparative meta-ethnographic approach allow us to map similarity and divergence between US and South Asia context. This is resulting in the three core patterns of political agency. Next, key finding, the core pattern of minority dakwah. First, civic institutionalization, which is in the US, dakwah developed through structured institutions like CHAIR, MPAT, and most bank civic program, often as a direct response to discrimination. Which is viral a couple months before, a couple weeks or a couple months before, in when a young lady asking search and then asking for formulas, and the Islamic centers that give the right answer, and it's against the propaganda that the media and so on that put Muslim in very bad ways of discrimination. And then in South Asia, civic institutionals appear uneven, with strong in Indonesia and Malaysia. In Indonesia, we have Nahdlatul Ulama, Muhammadiyah in Malaysia, and so on. But in southern Thailand and Myanmar, it is constrained in southern Thailand and Myanmar. And then context, both in Mindanao, depending on peace and political settlement, in which is the community are. Like in Mindanao, we have, peace treaty, and we have political settlement in southern Thailand and Myanmar. This shows that institutional often determine how far dakwah can involve into political agency. Then civic dialogal advocacy. The second pattern is dakwah through dialogue, a form of interfaith and cross-cultural engagement. In the US, interfaith coalition are a major strategy for countering prejudice, reshaping public narrative, supporting civic rights and advocacy. In South Asia, dialogal advocacy exists but varies by the political climate, which is a very berpengaruh ya to advocacy itself. In conflict, effective intelligence is often depend on mediating NGO and peace building bodies. We knew the involvement of others, Southeast Asia, like in Asian, Malaysia and Indonesia, is helping Philippines and Thailand, in dialogue with Islamic minority there. And then identity-based mobilization. In identity-driven dakwah, elevate political participation by fostering group constitution. In the US, it contributes positive to electoral participation and civic right campaign. In South Asia, identity-based mobilization might empower community, but also risks politicization and state scrutinization, especially in monetarism. And then a comparative insight. The comparative analysis show next, US model cannot be copied directly. The US model cannot be copied. Next, this next, comparative insight itu next. US model cannot be compared directly. They are rooted in a stable civic right framework and robust civic society. Southeast Asia context require adaptive translation. Political system range from democratic to hybrid regime that conflict zone. You know, like in Indonesia we have democratic, but in Myanmar we have a military regime. Which depend on political context. Three effective adaptation require the three enabling conditions. First, institutional opponents, organizational infrastructure, and descriptive freedom. The condition explain why some U.S. strategies transfer well, while others must be redesigned for South Asia, because you know, like political context and so on, is very different between America and Southeast Asia. And then contribution to the novelty, this research contribute to a contextual comparative framework that bridges U.S. minority dakwah scholarship with South Asia majority minority dynamic. A receptionalization of dakwah as multidimensional political agency, not merely ritual or theological activity. And three, a structural typology, civic institutionalization, dialogue advocacy, identity mobilization, and then that can be quite future empirical research. Conclusion, next. In conclusion, the study demonstrates that minority dakwah is a platform for civic empowerment, a model of intergroup negotiation, and a mechanism for political agency, and a rescue for strengthening social cohesion. The U.S. case provides valuable conceptual inspiration for Southeast Asia, but gains requires requires contextual adaptation, which is very different, not duplication. Once again, not duplication, but contextual adaptation. Future work should incorporate file data, examine how digital platform redefine the web-based political agency in an era global of connectivity. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this presentation. So this paper makes an important conceptual intervention by reframing minority dawa not simply as a religious communication, but as a multidimensional form of social political agency. So at the same time, the paper cautions against directly transplanting US-based models into Southeast Asian contexts is both methodologically sound and politically necessary. So, from a broader perspective, this paper invites us to rethink Dawa as a dynamic, uh, context-responsive practice rather than a fixed set of methods. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we have a few questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have a few questions for you in the chat box. First question, we will take a question that will be covered within time. So the question is from Akma Saidi. That is Dawa functioning mainly as a religious practice, a socio-political strategy, or both?
I think dawa is not just social, but it's political. You know, which is the prison of internet. You know, and social media in which is can be accessed broadly and easily. This is shape the discourse of people in South Asia. You know, they can see what kind of democracy and what kind of Muslim minority in other countries, especially in the United States, and how they adapted political and civic in their daily life as a Muslim and as a citizen of the United States of America. it is can be directly if you have social media, you can access or find that there are more than just a religious message that conveyed by ulama or by sheikh or by ordinary people about Islam is also contain political and civic engagement as well. That's what I think, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your response. So let's move forward for the next presentation. So the next presenter is next presentation is from principle to practice. I think so. From principle to practice, developing a three-tiered Makasidi framework for effective zakat distribution in Malaysia. And the presenter is Mr. Muhammad Hamdan Safiq bin Ahmed, who is going to present. So I welcome you, sir, for the presentation, and I request you to proceed for the presentation.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the organizer. Thank you to the moderator, Dr. Khalid Hussein. Thank you so much for having me for this presentation today. Just some technical check. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yeah, you are much audible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so for today's presentation, I'll be presenting my paper entitled From Principle to Practice, Developing a Three-Tiered Maqasidi Framework for Effective Zakat Distribution in Malaysia. So I'm Hamdan from University Technology Madra, Cawangan, Terengganu, Malaysia. And basically, for this presentation, this paper is basically trying to establish or trying to build a systematic framework for decision making of zakat institution to guide them for zakat distribution. So as we all know, zakat is a key Islamic economic tools to eradicate poverty and reduce wealth inequality. And we must also understand that zakat distribution is as important as zakat collection. And as we see that perhaps there are lots of more focus given to zakat collection. But we must also remember that those zakat collected are meant to be given to the asnaf. So the strategy for zakat distribution should be given the same weight as zakat collection. And we could see in some papers, there are perceptions from the public that says that they don't see enough impact from zakat distribution. So perhaps after we've done literature review, perhaps the issue was coming from lack of systematic actionable framework grounded in maqasid al-sharia. As we do the literature review, we found that existing studies, there are lots of studies on zakat and zakat institutions, but existing studies only catalog objectives, but they are yet to translate them into a structured model for modern institutions that can serve as a guidance for them for decision making to maximize impact of zakat distribution. So the research question, how can a systematic framework be developed to bridge the gap between maqasid al-sharia and the practical needs of zakat distribution? So the objective of this paper mirrors the question is to develop a novel conceptual maqasidi framework to bridge the gap between maqasidi sharia, the established one, and the practical needs of zakat distribution, so that this framework can be a guidance for them for decision making to have more impactful and maximize the zakat distribution. So here's a short look on literature review. As we do literature review on past studies on zakat and zakat institutions, some discuss form of governance in the time of Prophet ﷺ, some written on maqasid zakat, on economic aspect of zakat, zakat law and fatwa like fiqh zakat from Sheikh Al-Qaradawi, very great scholar, and some written on governance and zakat institutions in general. Next, when we look at several specific studies related to zakat distribution, we can see that they discuss on efficiency and effectiveness studies, some perception studies, and some on behavior of zakat payers. Thus, we see here that there are some gaps, that all these studies has yet to translate them into a systematic framework that an institution can use as a guidance for their decision making. So how we do the research, how do we construct the framework? So basically we went through 4 phases. The first phase is, of course, the literature review. We collect literatures relating to zakat and zakat institution and zakat distribution. We synthesize classical and contemporary sources and maqasid sharia. We take a look how they categorize maqasid sharia and what are the maqasid or hikmah or wisdoms from zakat distribution, and bring us into phase 2, whereby we perform a thematic analysis to the collected literature. And as we see that there are many classifications and there are lots of various lists of zakat objectives. So we analyze, we compare the different terms that might give the same meaning, and we synthesize them to identify recurring themes and come up with maqasid khassa, specialized objective for zakat. And that brings us into phase 3, where we use or we classify maqasid using taxonomy that has been established by Ibn Ashur in his book Maqasid al-Sharia al-Islamiyya. And after that, phase 3, we has categorized them accordingly. We embed next in phase 4 selected awlawiyat parameters pointed out by Sheikh Al-Wakili to adjudicate conflicts under scarcity. So this can be parameters for the zakat institutions when they have lack of resources, which one they can prioritize. So we list down what are the parameters there to guide them for this zakat distribution. So the moment of truth, result and finding. This is the complete framework that we have done for zakat distribution. 3-tiered maqasidi framework for effective zakat distribution in Malaysia. And actually the base that we have taken, the idea is coming from the Securities Commission Malaysian guidance in for maqasid sharia for Islamic capital market in Malaysia. So basically, over here we could see the ultimate objective is to achieve human welfare. And to achieve human welfare, of course, there must be an objective to serving benefits and preventing harm, achieving interest, maslahah, and from there comes the daruriyatul khamsa, protection of religion, of life, intellect, lineage, and wealth. And maqasid al-khassah over here that we can see, these are the one that we have identified from maqasid juz'iyah, the hikmah, from the classical and from modern literature. So we synthesize each of the wisdoms or hikmah or the what they call it as maqasid juz'iyah for zakat. So we see that they are all in line under 13, 13 specific or operational maqasid. So we have 13, and all these 13 from 1, 2, 3 is on spiritual purification, P4 and P5 on socio-economic empowerment, P7, P8, and P9 is on moral and social cohesion, P10, P is principle of 10 is for divine obedience, economic justice, P11 and P12, and human dignity, P6 and P12. So economic justice is P11 and P13. So here, this is the framework that we have proposed. Yeah, of course, this is open for comments. We welcome all the comments to improve what we have. But here we can see that all these objectives is then guided by the parameters of priorities, dawabitul awlawiyat. We listed down 13 of them based on thesis written by Al-Wakili in 1997. So from here, there are practical implications for zakat institutions. So they can use it for strategic planning, project evaluation, impact assessment, to decide which should be prioritized first for zakat distribution to maximize the impact. Although this framework have its own limitation, this is only proposed framework. This is conceptual and purely literature based, and the qualitative design all rely on secondary sources, and the framework, as I told you earlier, pretty much based on what we already have in Malaysia. So the framework is contextualized to Malaysia. Though it can be replicated in other regions, perhaps would require some tweaks here and there. So for the further research, we would recommend that this theoretical framework be empirically tested and case study analyzed in active zakat organization for future research. And we might as well do or establish quantitative and qualitative indicators for each of the 13 maqasid juz'iyah over here, so that we would know whether we have achieved them or not, to have a standardized maqasid-based zakat distribution performance. I think that is all my presentation for this proposal. Thank you so much for the time. I rest my
Thank you
case.
so much
Assalamu
for this
alaikum warahmatullah.
presentation. Walaikum assalam warahmatullah. Thank you so much for this presentation. So this paper makes a timely and valuable contribution by addressing a well-recognized yet insufficiently resolved challenge in contemporary zakat governance, namely the gap between the rich theoretical articulation of Maqasid Sharia and their practical implementation in institutional zakat distribution. At the same time, the framework raises important questions regarding institutional capacity, measurement, and implementation, while the model is conceptually robust, its effectiveness will ultimately depend on how well zakat administrators and trained to operationalize uh, are trained to operationalize maqasid-based reasoning within bureaucratic and regulatory environment. Thank you so much for this presentation. We have a few questions for you in the chat box. So the question is from Muhammad Fajir. The question is that how can the proposed three-tiered Maqasidi framework be practically implemented by zakat institutions to ensure not only efficient distribution but also long-term empowerment and poverty reduction among beneficiaries in Malaysia?
Thank you so much for the question. I think we have another question from Siti Nur Intihani. How is the reception and distribution of zakat in Malaysia, and has it improved the welfare of the people?
Yeah.
So a very
You
short
can answer both these
answer.
questions in a combination manner so that both the
Good.
questions will
Okay.
be addressed.
Okay. Okay. So for both, so let me address one by one. So number one, in general, of course, it would have improved the welfare of the people. However, to better see the impact, empirical study should be done. In my opinion, empirical study should be done so that we don't only give perception that it is improving, but we also do an empirical testing, do empirical study for that. And for the next one is, as I propose in further research, what we have right now is just conceptual framework. In order to be practically implemented by zakat institution, that that should be decided by the zakat institutions, the chairman, the people responsible for that, and to make sure the efficiency and of course we need to have some kind of indicator to gauge the performance of the zakat distribution. That's why in my presentation just now, I put for the further research, perhaps we should also establish an indicator to see whether we have achieved the operational objective of zakat that have been listed in the concept, so that we can know, okay, we have achieved what some kind of KPI, so that we see what have we improved, what are lacking, and what not. I think that is my answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your response. So let's move forward for the next presentation. The next presentation is Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Islamic Dawah Pedagogy Between Post-Colonial Piety and Digital Sovereignty. And the presenter is Oscar Vitorino. I request the presenter, please proceed for the presentation. I welcome you for the presentation. It's over to you.
Thank you very much. Just a background check. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, you are audible.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, respected moderator, Dr. Khalid Hussein, distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, and fellow participants of ICISMA, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. It is our great honor to present our research entitled Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Islamic Dakwah Pedagogy Between Post-Colonial PT and Digital Sovereignty. My name is Oscar Vitorino, and I'm representing on behalf of other research team consisting of Elia Triskova, Imam Saparudin, Nurul Aziza, Samsul Ma'arif. Through this presentation, we aim to explore how artificial intelligence is transforming Islamic dakwah pedagogy, including its opportunities, ethical challenge, and implication for knowledge transmission in the digital era. Artificial intelligence has emerged as one of the most transformative forces in contemporary society, reshaping how knowledge is produced, assessed, and transmitted across various disciplines, including religious education. In the context of Islamic da'wah, AI technologies such as chatbot, generative text system, and recommendation algorithms are increasingly being used to support teaching, learning, and spiritual guidance. This development offers significant opportunities to expand access to Islamic knowledge and reach wider audience through digital platforms. However, the integration of AI into Islamic da'wah also raises important epistemological and ethical challenges. Islamic pedagogy traditionally emphasized holistic spiritual development, moral cultivation, and embodied transmission of knowledge through mentorship and scholar authority. AI, by contrast, operates through data processing, probabilistic reasoning, algorithm optimization, which may reduce knowledge to informational content rather than spiritual and ethical guidance. This research therefore examines how AI is transforming Islamic dakwah pedagogy through the perspective of post-colonial piety and digital sovereignty. The study aims to explore how Muslim educators and institutions can adopt AI while maintaining authenticity, ethical responsibility, and epistemic independence within the rapid evolving digital landscape. This study is grounded in the three theoretical frameworks that help analyze the relationship between artificial intelligence and Islamic dakwah pedagogy. Firstly, the research applies post-colonial theory, which examines how modern digital technology may reproduce global power imbalance and epistemic dependency. AI systems are often developed within Western technological and intellectual tradition, which can influence how Islamic knowledge is interpreted, categorized, and distributed. This framework helps us understand how digital infrastructure may unintentionally shape religious discourse and cultural identity. Secondly, the study adopts the framework of Maqasid Syariah, which provides an ethical foundation for evaluating technological innovation. This perspective emphasizes that AI should support the preservation of religion, intellect, and human dignity. By using this framework, AI is viewed not simply as a tool for efficiency, but as technology that must align with Islamic ethical values and spiritual objectives. Thirdly, the research incorporated critical ethics, which examines algorithmic bias, data colonialism, and unequal technological power structure. This framework highlighted by the risk of relying on AI systems that might lack transparency and moral accountability and contextual religious understanding. By integrating these three perspectives, the study develops an interdisciplinary framework to analyze how AI influences Islamic dakwah pedagogy while maintaining ethical epistemological integrity. This slide highlighted the fundamental difference between traditional Islamic pedagogy and AI-driven learning approach, particularly in how knowledge is understood and transmitted. In traditional Islamic education, the concept of tarbiyah emphasized the holistic development of faith, character, and intellect. Knowledge or ilm is viewed as the sacred trust that must be transmitted through ethical responsibility, spiritual mentorship, and embodied learning experience. This tradition places strong emphasis on niyah, or a sincere intention, as well as moral exemplarity and spiritual presence, which are believed to bring barakah or divine blessing into learning process. In contrast, AI-driven learning system operate through datafication, quantification, algorithm optimization. AI relies on probabilistic reasoning and pattern recognition to generate responses, which allows for efficient information retrieval and large-scale content distribution. However, AI systems lack intentionality, moral accountability, and the capacity to provide spiritual guidance. The key challenges presented in this slide is that while AI can support access to religious information, it cannot replace the ethical judgment, spiritual authority, and personal mentorship that remain essential components of the Islamic pedagogy. This tension reflects a broader debate about whether knowledge should be treated primarily as data or as lived spiritual experience within Islamic education tradition. Moving on, this study adopts a qualitative interdisciplinary research designed to examine the impact of artificial intelligence on Islamic dakwah pedagogy, and the methodology is structured into two complementary phases that combine theoretical analysis with empirical investigation. The first phases focus on conceptual and theoretical analysis. In this stage, the study developed its analytical framework by synthesizing post-colonial theory, Marxist Sharia, and critique AI ethics. This phase examines how AI narrative shape knowledge production, identifies ethical benchmark for evaluating AI in Islamic education, and explore how digital technology influence religious authority and epistemology. The second phase consists of qualitative case study focusing on the Indonesian context. Indonesia was selected because it represents one of the largest Muslim majority society with a rapid adoption of digital religious platforms. Data were collected through in-depth interviews with Islamic educators, da'i, and developers of Islamic education technology, as well as digital ethnography, observing AI-based dakwah platform and online religious communities. The collected data were analyzed mathematically using the framework developed by Brown and Clark, allowing the study to identify key themes such as epistemic dependency, authenticity, and digital sovereignty, as in AI-mediated dakwah. Through these two-phase interdisciplinary approach, the research aims to provide both theoretical insight and empirical understanding of how AI is transforming Islamic dakwah pedagogy in the contemporary digital society. Now, the findings of the epistemic tension between tarbiyah versus algorithmic rationality stated that AI capabilities can be efficient information retrieval and synthesis. It is also accurate textual analysis of religious sources and scalable content delivery and organization. Which they also, or AI have also limitation that cannot transmit barakah with that traditional teaching of Islam, lacks of adab and moral compartment, and hikmah wisdom, missing niyah or spiritual intention in knowledge. In this slide, we also find one of the first major finding in the study, which highlights the epistemic tension between Islamic tarbiyah and algorithmic rationality. The findings show that artificial intelligence provide significant advantage in terms of efficiency, particularly retrieving, organizing, and synthesizing religious information. AI systems are capable of analyzing large collection of Islamic texts and delivering structure of knowledge to wide audience. This technological capability support the accessibility and scalability dakwah in the digital era. However, participants in the study emphasize that AI has important limitation. Of Islamic education is not about transferring information only, but needs to transmitting spiritual values such as barakah, moral conduct, adab, and wisdom. In this slide, we also like to show that artificial intelligence is reshaping the structure of religious authority within Islamic da'wah. The finding indicates that the growth of AI and digital platform has gradually shifted religious authority from traditional scholar-based system towards hybrid model. So also adopt a little bit of AI models influenced by algorithmic visibility. Traditional Islamic authority has grounded in scholarly credibility, chain of knowledge transmission, and personal mentorship. However, in digital environment, religious legitimacy is increasingly sharp by platform algorithms that prioritize engagement, popularity, and visibility. This shift then has contributed into the emergence of what this study described as algorithmic mufti. Many users now consult AI chatbots and digital platforms to obtain instant religious guidance or preliminary fatwa. While these technologies provide quick and accessible information, they also create new challenges as algorithmic system may appear neutral while actually reflecting hidden data bias and technological power structure. Participants in the study expressed concern that reliance on AI-generated religious guidance could weaken the traditional scholarly verification and reduce the relational dimension of religious authority. At the same time, some educators acknowledge that AI can function as a supportive tool when used alongside human scholars. This slide also therefore highlights how AI is transforming religious authority into hybrid techno-religious system where human scholarship and algorithmic mediation increasingly interact within the contemporary digital da'wah landscape. So some of discussion in this slide with broader implication of the finding and proposed conceptual framework for integrating artificial intelligence into Islamic da'wah pedagogy. The study argues that the goal is not to reject artificial intelligence, but to critically adapt. An ethical guide is application within Islamic educational tradition. This approach emphasizes the importance of aligning technological innovation with spiritual epistemology and Islamic ethic value. One key element on this framework is application of Maqasid Sharia which provide ethical guidance for evaluating AI. Technology should support the preservation of religion intellect and human dignity. Within the perspective of AI, is positioned as wasilah, the way, or the tools, or a means rather than final goals of Islamic education. Another important element is the emphasis of ethical intentionality. Islamic pedagogy highlights sincerity, spiritual awareness, and moral responsibility as essential principle in knowledge transmission. Therefore, educators and da'i are encouraged to serve epistemic guardians to ensure that AI-based dakwah maintains ethical accountability and spiritual authenticity. Finally, the framework promotes the concept of ummah-centered digital sovereignty, which encourages the development of local ground digital infrastructure, culturally relevant data system, and critical technological literacy. This approach helps Muslim society maintain control over the knowledge production and protect religious pluralism. Overall, this slide emphasizes that Islamic dakwah pedagogy in the AI era should be focused on balancing innovation with integrity, ensuring that technological advancement support spiritual and ethical development. The main conclusion of this study regarding the relationship between artificial intelligence and Islamic dakwah pedagogy demonstrate that the integration of AI into Islamic dakwah is not simply technological development, but a complex interaction between knowledge, ethics, and power. While AI significantly expand access into Islamic knowledge and support broader dissemination of religious teaching, it's also introduced important epistemological challenges. One of the key conclusions is that AI can efficiently provide information, but it cannot embody essential spiritual elements such as barakah, adab, niyah. These components remain central to the Islamic learning tradition and highlight the continued importance of human mentorship and moral guidance in religious education. The study also concludes that AI transforming religious authority through the emergence of digital platform and the algorithmic mediation. This transformation does not eliminate the role of scholars, but requires the redefinition of religious authority within the digital context, emphasizing accountability and ethical responsibility. Finally, the findings show that Muslim educators are actively developing strategy to maintain epistemic independence through locally curated data, human-guided learning system, and critical digital literacy. This effort demonstrates that AI can be integrated into Islamic pedagogy in ways that preserve spiritual authenticity while embracing technological innovation. Overall, the study emphasized that artificial intelligence should function as a supportive tool that enhance rather than replace the ethical spiritual foundation of the Islamic dakwah. This slide then limits the study and highlight the direction of the future research. Firstly, this research is based on qualitative and context-specific design, focusing primarily on Indonesia setting, while Indonesia provides a rich and dynamic environment for observing digital Islamic education. The finding may not fully represent experience in other Muslim society, such as in other countries with different theological tradition, technological infrastructure, or socio-political context. Secondly, the study relies mainly on interviews, digital ethnography, and discourse analysis. Although this method provides deep insight into perception and practice, they do not measure long-term educational outcomes, behavioral changes, and spiritual development resulting from AI-mediated dakwah. Thirdly, this research examines artificial intelligence mainly as a socio-technical and epistemological phenomenon rather than analyzing specific algorithm or technical system design. In addition, the study focused primarily on educators and dakwah practitioners, while broader Muslim public experience with AI-generated religious content remain less explored. Therefore, future research is encouraged to conduct comparative cross-national study across different Muslim society, apply mixed method and longitudinal research designed to evaluate pedagogical effectiveness and promote interdisciplinary collaboration between Islamic scholars, educators, and AI developers. This effort will help develop ethnical grounded and cultural sensitive AI system that support Islamic education and dakwah in the digital era. So to conclude our presentation, we would like to emphasize that the future Islamic dakwah pedagogy in the age of artificial intelligence requires a balanced approach between technological innovation and spiritual responsibility. Artificial intelligence offers significant opportunities to expand access to knowledge, improve educational practice. However, Islamic pedagogy reminds us that knowledge is not merely information, but also process and ethical cultivation, spiritual transformation, and this resonate with the wisdom of Imam Ghazali, who stated that knowledge exists within the human soul, like a seed in the soil, and through learning, that potential gradually increase with reality. This reminds us that Islamic education is not about transferring knowledge, but also nurturing character, sincerity, and faith. Before we close the presentation, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the organizer, panelists, reviewer, and all participants. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for this presentation. So, at a deeper level, the paper calls for a decolonial framework in the design of AI-driven Dawa. Pedagogy is both timely and necessary. So, classical Islamic educational traditions have long emphasized ethical transmission, teacher-student relationships, and contextual understanding elements that risk being flattened or commodified in algorithmic systems. So thank you so much. So let's move on for the next presentation. But before that, I will request to the upcoming presenter, please conclude on time so that we can conclude this session on the given time. So let's move for the next presentation. The next presentation is going to be presented by.
Okay, so Dr. Khalid, since I think two of the presenters cannot make it today, so I think
Okay.
Mr. Oscar is the last presenter for today's conference.
Okay. So then we have a few minutes. So I would like to
So
offer a
maybe,
collective.
yeah.
Okay. Collective word of appreciation for all the paper presenters for their thoughtful and well-researched contributions in this conference. Each paper has added depth and richness to the academic discussions and has made meaningfully enhanced the overall intellectual quality of this session. The diversity of themes, methodological approaches, and critical insights presented today reflects a strong scholarly commitment to engage with contemporary issues facing Muslim societies. I am confident that these papers will be beneficial not only to scholars and students currently working in these fields, but also to future researchers who will engage with similar questions and challenges. I would also like to sincerely thank all the presenters for submitting their work and for contribution to the success and academic stature of this conference. I strongly encourage you to continue writing and researching as sustained scholarly engagement sharpens critical thinking and provides deeper insight into the evolving discourses and challenges of our time. Your continued contribution will not only enrich your own intellectual journey, but will also play an important role in advancing knowledge and understanding within the wider academic community. Thank you so much. So we have a question in the chat box from Aditya. He's asking question to Mr. Oscar that given that the study focuses on the Indonesian context, how transferable are the findings to Muslim communities with different socio-political and technological landscapes? So if he can take this question right now, or if he want to answer in the chat, so he can answer this question in the chat box so that we can move forward.
Okay, I will answer in the chat box.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So I request Sister Fina.
Yeah, Mr. Oscar, would you answer question from Mr. Aditya?
Yes, I am now answering through the chat box
Okay.
by typing the
Oh, all right.
answer.
All right, okay. So, if the question will be answered through the chat box, then we can go to our next agenda, which is the certificate distribution for the presenters. Before that, I would like to say thank you for Dr. Khalid for sharing the session today, and also for all the insight to all the presenters. And also thank you also to all the presenters who already present their paper. Your contribution and also your effort in writing the paper will be valuable for all audiences in this conference. So right now, I would like to welcome again Dr. Khalid to congratulate and give the e-certificate to all the presenters that already shown their best effort in presenting their papers.
Okay, first, the certificate of presentation goes to Mr. Abdul Langtongs for their presentation. I thank Mr. Langtong for their presentation. It was a wonderful presentation, and this research will definitely benefit the researchers. Thank you so much, sir. The next paper presenter was the sister Nanda Khairia. Uh, I congratulate you, sister, for your wonderful presentation and for being the part of this conference, making it successful, this session as well as the conference. Thank you so much. The next certificate goes to City HQ for her presentation on gender biases in child marriage. This is a contemporary issue, and this must be addressed thoroughly and broadly. I congratulate you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for being the part of this conference. The next presentation was done by Rahmat Hidayat. So this certificate of presentation goes to Rahmat Hidayat for his wonderful presentation on Muslim minority dawa and a political agency in Southeast Asia. So I congratulate you, sir, for your wonderful presentation and being the part of this session as well as the conference. Thank you so much, sir. The next certificate of presentation goes to Muhammad Hamdan, uh, who presented from principles to practice developing the three-tiered Makasdi framework. This paper is truly an good contribution, and um, this must help the scholars to get benefited. I congratulate you for writing this paper and for presenting here in the conference. Thank you so much. And the final certificate goes to Oscar Veterinu for his thoughtful and wonderful presentation on artificial intelligence and the future of Islamic Dawa pedagogy. This is a relevant discourse and the issue that is very must to be highlighted and discussed within the academia and within the researchers, because this is completely such an issue that it has uh, wrapped the whole world uh, in confusion and dilemma. Um, so this is a wonderful presentation. So I congratulate you for this presentation. Thank you so much for being here in the conference and in this session.
Okay, so congratulations to all the presenters who already present their papers. All of you already done a really good job, and also thank you to the all audience and participants who already participated and actively involved in giving the question, comment, feedback, and even suggestion to the presenters. Your active participation and contribution in the scientific forum of the ICISMA is highly appreciated. And also, of course, thank you once again to Dr. Khalid for being with us today. Maybe we can see you again later on in our next conference or agenda, Dr. Khalid. All right. So before we continue to the next agenda of this presentation session, let us have an e-group virtual conference photo session in this academic online presentation. Please turn on your Zoom camera or your video. and then you can fill out the form where you can obtain your certificate of attendee there. So right now, I would like to invite 1 or 2 representatives in this room to share their experience in participating at the conference. So the purpose of this section is to encourage other scholars, students, academicians, and practitioners to join the upcoming scientific forum or conferences. So maybe I would like to ask one from the presenters and also one from the attendee or the audience. Maybe I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Hamdan Shafiq, if you are here with us, to share your experience in participating at this conference. Okay, I think Mr. Muhammad Hamdan is not with us. Maybe from Mr. Oscar Fitriano, if you are still here with us, maybe you can share some insight about your experience in joining the ICISMA on the process or maybe on the conference day.
Thank you. Maybe just a little bit. Of course, I learned so many new knowledge throughout this seminar. And from this morning, I heard a lot of wonderful speaker, especially keynote speaker, and all of the speaker from this morning opening of this seminar. And I also learn new knowledge from the presentation of the paper from our presenter today. And I also have one more day, and tomorrow I'll be presenting another paper, different topics, of course. And I'm looking forward to learn a new knowledge tomorrow in this seminar of ICISMA. Maybe that's a little bit of my sharing of today's seminar. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Oscar. See you again tomorrow for the second day of the ICISMA. So maybe from the audience, if we have Mr. Muhammad Fajar, so Mr. Muhammad Fajar, quite active in giving the question to all the participants today. If you are still here, can you give us some insight or comments to our conference today? So
yeah, thank you very much. In the ICISMA,
yeah, thank you, Mr. Fajar. So we hope that maybe you can join us again tomorrow in the second day of the ICISMA. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of the ICISMA, so once again, please don't forget to fill the feedback form. So the committee will also share the feedback form in the Zoom chat box. So we hope that your insight or your input will be valuable for us to improve or enhance our next conferences. So next, allow me to read some important information related to the post-conference or the publication. So the information of the ICISMA publication opportunity is stated on the website on icisma.com. So this is very important, especially for the author or the presenter who already submit their conference paper to this conference. So all accepted conference paper today already published in the conference paper proceeding book. Or the committee will also send the link of the proceeding if you want to take a look at the conference paper of all the presenters who present their work today and tomorrow. So once again, please pay attention to the timelines is day plus 14. So after this conference, 14 days from now, the author can send the extended full paper to their account at researchsynergysystem.com under the menu of conference day and then click upload extended full paper. So the extended full paper will undergo the scientific review process to determine your journal recommendation for publication. So from the conference paper, you will be asked to paraphrase or revise your conference paper at least 80% of the conference paper and then add the word count between 5,000 to 8,000. So it can be published, or it can be recommended to the journal, international journal publication. So the all accepted full papers will have the opportunity to be published in the reputable international journal indexed by Scopus, Sinta, EBSCO, Copernicus, ASCI, Google Scholar, Dimension, and etc. Of course, terms and conditions applied, selected by the Scientific Editorial Reviewer Committee. So furthermore, the committee of the ICISMA is committed to give added value for all conference participants by providing the forum for discussion in the Global Research Ecosystem Community Platform. So by joining this community platform, you will gain more benefit and can interact, connect, and do the research collaboration ahead. So please visit globalresearchecosystem.com or scan the QR code shown on the screen. You can join by signing up to be a member of the Global Research Ecosystem, where you can find the updates to all of our agenda on the community. So I am Vina. Thank you for your attention and for all Zoom participation. But this conference is not over yet because we still have awarding. We will have the best presentation award and also the session chair recognition. And then we will have the closing remarks for the first day of the ICISMA, and then the information for tomorrow's conference. So right now we are going to have a short break until around 15:30 or 3:30 p.m. UTC +7 Jakarta time. Please check with your time zone, and after that we will have the awarding ceremony, which consists of the award of best presentation, session chair recognition, and also the closing remarks for the first day of the ICISMA. So see you again, maybe in around 10 minutes. So on behalf of the ICISMA Organizing Committee, organized by Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah and Research Nadi Foundation, thank you for joining us and see you in a few minutes.
Dan teknik informatika dan seluruhnya merupakan program sarjana. Sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Lulusan Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan yang terdiri dari D3 dan S1 Ilmu Keperawatan ini, 90% lulusannya terserap ke dalam dunia kerja, khususnya di bidang kesehatan, baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Beberapa di antaranya kini telah memiliki klinik dan menjadi manajer keperawatan, kepala ruangan, dan kepala diklat di beberapa rumah sakit. Keseluruhan program studi di Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan berpredikat akreditasi dengan nilai B.
Di tempat inilah, bahwa di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan seorang pemimpin-pemimpin baru. Di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan estafet kepemimpinan bangsa Indonesia dan dunia.
Alumni Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini tersebar di berbagai wilayah Republik Indonesia, baik sebagai wiraswastawan, guru, pegawai negeri, dan BUMN. Juga beberapa di antaranya memiliki jabatan penting sebagai menteri dan senator di Republik Indonesia. Beasiswa dan CSR yang diterima atau diberikan kepada mahasiswa berprestasi antara lain dari program Bidik Misi, Lotemart, Basnas, Basma Pertamina, beasiswa DKI Jakarta, dan beasiswa lainnya. Sebagai bagian yang tak terpisahkan terhadap keterpihakan kepada kaum du'afa, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun memberikan beasiswa kepada santri-santriwati pesantren yatim untuk melanjutkan studi S1 dan S2 di Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Selamat datang di kampus tempat berpadunya ilmu dan agama, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah merupakan warisan monumental dari seorang ulama Betawi karismatik, Kiai Haji Abdullah Syafi'i. Diawali dari Akademi Pendidikan Islam, AKPI As-Syafiiyah, pada 14 November 1965, sebagai wujud nyata dan kepedulian kepada peningkatan kualifikasi guru-guru agama serta keperpihakan kepada kaum du'afa dan dalam rangka turut serta mencerdaskan bangsa. Pada tahun 1983, UIA berkembang menjadi universitas melalui kerja keras Profesor Dr. Tuti Alawiyah ASMA dan Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi As-Syafiiyah. Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah kini mengalami perkembangan yang cukup pesat, baik fisik maupun pengembangan secara kelembagaan dalam rangka memenuhi standar yang disyaratkan oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional. Visi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah menjadi pusat pengembangan Islam, iptek dan sumber daya insani yang unggul, integratif, serta berdaya saing global pada tahun 2035. Seiring dengan perkembangan waktu, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah pun terus mengembangkan diri dengan mendirikan prodi sesuai tuntutan pasar. Kini UIA memiliki 6 fakultas dengan 21 program studi, diploma 3, sarjana, magister, dan program studi doktoral dengan status terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas Agama Islam memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, terdiri dari Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi A, Pendidikan Agama Islam dan Perbankan Syariah dengan akreditasi B, serta 1 program studi magister Komunikasi Penyiaran Islam dengan akreditasi B. Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi Ilmu Hukum strata 1, Magister Ilmu Hukum, dan Doktoral Ilmu Hukum dengan tenaga pengajar antara lain Profesor Yusril Iza Mahendra, Dr. Hamdan Julfa, dan Profesor Denny Indrayana, serta Profesor Laisa Marzuki, dan dosen senior dengan kompetensi sesuai program studi dan akreditasi di program studi Fakultas Hukum. Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah memiliki 2 program studi S1 Manajemen dan Akuntansi, serta 1 program studi Magister Manajemen dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan adalah merupakan fakultas yang termasuk pemasok tenaga pengajar terbesar di wilayah Jakarta Timur dan Bekasi ini, memiliki program studi S1 Bimbingan Konseling dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, serta program Magister Teknologi Pendidikan dengan status akreditasi B. Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi. Fakultas ini merupakan penggabungan antara Fakultas Matematika dan IPA dan Fakultas Teknik dengan program studi Matematika, Biologi, Teknik Mesin, Teknik Industri, dan Teknik Informatika, dan seluruhnya merupakan program sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Lulusan Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan yang terdiri dari D3 dan S1 Ilmu Keperawatan ini, 90% lulusannya terserap ke dalam dunia kerja, khususnya di bidang kesehatan, baik di dalam maupun luar negeri. Beberapa di antaranya kini telah memiliki klinik dan menjadi manajer keperawatan, kepala ruangan, dan kepala diklat di beberapa rumah sakit. Keseluruhan program studi di Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan berpredikat akreditasi dengan nilai B.
Di tempat inilah, bahwa di universitas inilah akan dilahirkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So, once again, welcome back to the ICISMA Day 1. And thank you so much for all the excitement of today's conference. And thank you also for staying with us throughout the sessions. As we have already informed before, so by the end of today's conference, we will announce the best presentations and, of course, the recognition for the session chair in the Day 1 of ICISMA. So we go to the first awarding sessions in the Day 1. So we have the Best Presentations Award. So the session chair had selected the best presentation based on several criteria in the assessment form. So once again, thank you to all presenters that already gave your best effort in delivering your research through the presentations. So once again, congratulations to all of the presenters. And unfortunately, but yet it is fortunately also at the same time that we have also selected based on the criteria of the session chair. So we have one best presentations for the first day of the ICISMA. So on this occasion, we would like to give this special token of appreciation and of course recognitions to the best presentations of day one at the ICISMA 2026. In this occasion, we would like to welcome Ms. Nurul Fajriyah, SPD MPD, as the head of English study program at Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah to give away the e-certificate and also recognitions to the best presentations in the day one. Please welcome Ms. Nurul.
Thank you, Bu Santi. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to announce that the Best Presenters Award at the ICISMA today goes to Muhammad Hamdan Syafiq bin Ahmad with the title From Principles, what's that? To Practice, Developing a Three-Type Maqasidi Framework for Effective Zakat Distribution in Malaysia. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition, Mr. Muhammad Hamdan. Your presentation truly enriched our conference and inspire all of us.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving warm round of applause to our best presenter today. Yeah.
All right, once again, congratulations to the best presenters. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you, Ms. Nurul, for giving away the token of appreciation and also recognitions to our best
My
presenter.
very pleasure, Bu Santi. My very pleasure.
Right. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so now we would like to moving on to our next award category is for the session chair. And on behalf of the organizing committee, Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, and also Research Synergy Foundations, we would like to give the special appreciation and also thank you so much to the session chair today, because with his contributions during the presentation sessions, the scientific forum, feedback discussion, and also the knowledge sharing environment has been built to encourage participations from all the participants. So kindly please welcome Dr. Marliza Octaviani, MPD, as the Director for Quality Assurance at Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah to give this token of appreciations to our session chair, Dr. Khalid Hussein from Department of Islamic Studies, Baba Ghulam Shah University, India. Please welcome Dr. Marliza.
Right, thank you, Ms. Santi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and warm greeting to everyone. On this joyful occasion, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to the speaker and session chair who have contributed immensely for the success of the international conference on the synergy of Islamic and multidisciplinary approach, ICISMA, held in collaboration between Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah and Research Synergy. We are especially grateful for the insightful and highly valuable presentation delivered, which have provided significant knowledge, inspiration, and practical insight to all participants in recognition of your dedication, time, and expertise. We are honored to present the certificate voucher of online presentation to Dr. Khalid Hussein Mir from Department of Islamic Studies, Baba Ghulam Shah University, Rajasi, Jammu Kashmir, India. We have this certificate serve as token of your gratitude for your important learning and recent scientific discussion and advising the synergy between Islamic and multidisciplinary approach. Thank you once again for sharing your knowledge and making this conference really meaningful. Congratulations and thank you. May the spirit of collaboration and knowledge sharing continue in the
Inshallah.
future. Thank you. Assalamualaikum
Jazakallah.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Khalid, and of course, Dr. Marliza. Thank you so much for giving away this token of appreciation. Thank you so much. And of course, we would like again to remind to all of the participants to kindly fill the feedback form. So if you have not yet filled the feedback form, so you can fill it as one of the way for the organizing committee to have a gradual improvement for the next our upcoming conferences. All right, and then next also we would like also to encourage, and also we would like to say thank you so much to all the audience, the attendee who already active in involving in asking the questions and also engage during the discussion, whether it is from the keynote speaker sessions and also the presentation sessions up to this afternoon. So yes, we still continue our discussions tomorrow at the day 2 of the ICISMA 2026. And we can continue also our discussions because we receive many questions from the keynote speaker sessions and also from the presentation session, and then we will post it in our Global Research Ecosystem Community platform. So we will meet all of you again there, and then certainly we can foster more collaborations in this Research Synergy Foundation community platform. So you may, if you are not yet being a member of this community platform, so feel free to sign up and also to scan the QR code or even go to the globalresearchecosystem.com. So there we can meet again for the futures, collaborations, and also partnerships ahead. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and also distinguished participants and attendees of the ICISMA. So we do hope that all of the activity from the day 1, from the morning up to this afternoon, will bring us a new perspective, and even we can also foster the networking, although we are conducted this conference virtually, but it doesn't hamper us to foster more collaborations ahead. All right, so tomorrow we still have another keynote speakers, and also we still have a more academic presentation sessions. We have session 1 and then we have session 2, and then we will have also the keynote speech from Dr. Zaid Barzinji from the Makassar Institute, and then we also have the keynote speaker from Dr. Indarjani from the Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. So make sure that you are also attending the day 2 of the ICISMA 2026 tomorrow. And now we would like to proceed with our last agenda for today. So we would like to invite Dr. Indarjani as the conference chair of the ICISMA and also the director of the Institute for Research and Community Service, LPPM Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah Indonesia, to give this a closing remark on the day 1. But before that, Ibu Yani or Dr. Yani, so allow me to read your profile first. Dr. Indarjani MSc holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Marine Biology from the University of Adelaide, South Australia. She served as a Deputy Director of SEAMEOQ TEP in Science, and also a regional institution whose members are the education ministers in Southeast Asian countries for 7 years. And then during this period, she successfully led the adoption of STEM and IPSE as the primary approach to teaching and learning science through high-level policy forums. So she is also has authored the introduction of the environmental science, modeling for sustainable developments, and fusion of civilizations education. And of course, she is a member of the various academic organizations, both national and internationals. So without further ado, it is an honor to have Dr. Indarjani to give the closing remarks at the day 1 of the ICISMA. Please welcome, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Santi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Am I audible enough?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. So, first of all, we have sent our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. That's first day of our conduction. The conference is running smoothly. I monitor this through while I'm during hospitalized, but I feel very happy for the smooth conductions during the first day of this conference. In this occasion also, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and thank you to the first and foremost Professor Delame Firdaus, Chairman of As-Syafiiyah Higher Education Foundation, who also acknowledging for this activity, and also to Professor Masduki Ahmad as our rector of As-Syafiiyah Islamic University, and then Associate Professor of Dr. Hendarti Dwi Mulyadisi, founder and chairperson of Research Synergy Foundation, for this very tremendous collaborations. This make the conference is happen. That because of the very collaborative, productive collaborations. Thank you very much. For UEA, we learn a lot from how you conduct, how you manage the international conference and that level. And also, I would like to say thank you very much to Dr. Khalid Hussein for the very excellent chairperson of the first day conference. It's very excellent. And then it seems to me that your vibe is already also contaminated to other participants. So it seems the participants are happy under your chair. Perhaps that for tomorrow also, we would like to welcome other chairperson, which also give positive vibes and impact to the our participant. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed participant, I don't want to say too long for this closing speaker, but I mean, this is my I'm very blessing having this international conference, because this is the first time for Islamic University of As-Syafiiyah having international conference with collaboration with such kind of the prestigious foundation. So it seems to me that I heard for the feedback as well for my friends and my lecturers, and then they can learn a lot, not only about how to manage the international conference, but also they can learn about the knowledge that already presented, wider their horizon, and then enrich their knowledge. I believe that it will become a positive impact to our accreditation in the future, and also the feasibility of the University Islamic As-Syafiiyah, which is currently, I mean, it's hard to manage the private university under very high competitive in the education industry right now. And then last but not least, also I would like to say thank you very much to the committee, which is led by Dr. Hadi. So I wish that your all the hard work will be paid off tomorrow. So let's say keep maintaining your curiosity, your health, because we still one more to go for tomorrow. And then I also ask to the all participants to stay tuned for increase your curiosity, maintain your curiosity and everything, because we still have one day to go. I think that is my closing remarks for the first day. But again, I'm very blessing have this kind of the collaboration, and then surrounded by very excellent people. So having said that, without them, maybe international collaboration will not be happen. Again, thank you very much. Only Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala will be granted all your kindness to us. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Dr. Yeni, for your great support, very endless support to all of the organizing committee. And we do hope also that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala also will ease the recovery of you. Thank you so much. All right. So Bu Yeni, so as the part of recognition and also appreciation moment, allowing me as part of the Research Synergy Foundations to give this very special token of appreciations to you, Dr. Indarjani, to give these closing remarks, and of course, as our conference chair, the first ICISMA organized by Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah in partnership with Research Synergy Foundations. So please receive this token of appreciation, and we are also very grateful to be trusted, and also to be partner with the Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, and may Allah grant it more blessed to you and your family. Thank you so much. Please receive it. All right. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Indarjani or Ibu Yani. Thank you so much, Ibu. Okay, so now finally we are at the end of the conference day 1. So we still have 1 day conference of the ICISMA tomorrow for the day 2. So once again, on behalf of the International Conference on the Synergy of Islamic and Multidisciplinary Approaches, or ICISMA, which is organized by Universitas Islam As-Syafiiyah, or UIA, and also in partnership with Research Synergy Foundation, supported by Scholar Vein, Reviewer Track, Research Synergy Institute, Research Synergy Press, Global Research Community, and F1000 Research. We hope it has been a very beneficial and fruitful day for all of you. Thank you once again to all of the distinguished participants, and also, of course, to all of the organizing committee, and for taking the time to join us today, to all of the keynote speakers, session chairs, presenters, and of course, the attendee and also audience coming from over 16 countries around the globe in the day 1 of the ICISMA. And it has been our pleasure to host this virtual conference today. And please do not forget, so see you again tomorrow for the last day or the second day of the ICISMA 2026. Please take a good rest, stay healthy and safe. Thank you again, and see you again. Jazakumullahu khairan to everyone, and may Allah bless all of us. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.
May Allah bless you, Shifai Kamila.
Amin.
I just heard that you are in the hospital. May Allah bless you, Shifai Kamila.
Amin, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Thank
everyone.
you, Miss Sinta.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mashallah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. See you
Thank you
tomorrow.
so much.
Thank you
so much.
Sir. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you again, Professor Sarif,